I knew going for a drink, a beverage, would bring me into 901, but so be it. I'm Amy. I'm living in Chrysalis, as in that's what I call my channel, because for those of you who aren't aware, chrysalis is a butterfly cocoon. It is the state of being of growth and transformation, and that's kind of where I feel like I'm at in my own life. So that's why I gave the channel the name, but that's not why you're here, I imagine. Or maybe it is. I might mention a couple things before I get into it, because I'm hoping a couple more people will join us. I forgot to do my usual community tab announcement. Let me see if I can get that up now, just to make sure. Oh wait, I can't because it's on my phone. Never mind. Hopefully some people will come in. Okay, well, I see one person here. Excellent. Now, normally I monitor the chat on my tablet.
Real quick.
Whoa! No, I already saw you, BX Beast Boy. Which, by the way, I really like him. It's a BX Beast Boy. If you haven't watched him, do. But that is not why I have my YouTube history up here. We are going to do a live reaction, if I could stop hitting BX Beast Boy and actually get to Tati's video. I'm not terribly techie, and I don't have the equipment needed to do a video insert into, from one video into another. I don't have any of that stuff. I'm pretty basic tech-wise. I'm just not here. All right, Sean. Hi, sweetheart. I'm so glad to see you. But as you can see, I'm not really wearing makeup. I threw on a little bit of primer. I'm trying out the Joa pore deactivator, pore mattifying. Oh, Freda's still sitting through ads. Yes, I love that. But I picked this up at CVS. I thought I'd give it a try because I am still a greaseball, but I didn't do a thing today because it kind of seems pointless when I'm just wearing masks all the time. But I did want to not look like a complete ghoul, so I did throw on a little bit of just a Maybelline Fit Me powder just to even out my complexion just a tiny bit. Because I'm still vain, even if I'm not really doing myself up. And I also just threw on the Pat McGrath no, not this one. Sorry, these all look alike. It's kind of annoying. I got this little mini trio set of Pat McGrath lip balms because I wanted to try her formula. No, don't want the clear one. No, that's the one I just said I didn't use. There we go. This one's called Blow Up. And I just wanted to add just the teensiest bit of color to my lips. Ari Chan says, what ads? I totally don't have an ad blocker on. Oh, I'm so sad, Ari. I'm so sad. Apparently you didn't get my ad. I don't know. Maybe AdSense decided not to advertise to you. I don't know. But yes, please, if along the way, even on the, or especially if you're catching the replay, if you watch the ads, it does help me. So please sit through the ads. I mean, obviously, let's not go insane if they throw on a, 10, 20, I've seen ads almost an hour sometimes. That's crazy. Just skip it. I won't be pressed about that, but if it's a few minutes, hook a girl up. Yeah, Frida, I don't do TikTok, but I don't do TikTok because I don't like their data gathering practices. They're even worse than Google, and I just don't trust it. That's why I don't watch TikTok. I mean, occasionally if somebody posts something, I'll watch it. No, isn't that cute? But nah. But getting into what's happening. All right, the last couple of days, we've had a little bit of an internet storm again, and this is it's sort of a resurrection and further explanation, clarification, and part 2 of Dramageddon 2.0, which was last year. Which, by the way, I actually did review a video I put up about Tati, Westbrook, and James Charles then. Hi, Shelley. It was about a year ago. It's called I Stepped Into a Flaming Bag of Bullcrap. And with the possible exception of my statements about Jeffree Star at the end, I still stand by the content. So I would certainly encourage anybody to go and watch it. I don't have the ability to insert cards here now. And actually, I don't know how to do cards anyway, but I will try to link it in my description after it uploads. So that probably won't be able to happen until tomorrow. For some reason lately, YouTube is taking forever to actually make my live streams part of my channel once I'm done. It's annoying. But back to where we are. Oh, excellent. Thank you, Frida. I would love to see that. Okay, we'll touch base tomorrow. But I decided to go at the Tati, the latest Tati video a little bit differently. Let me explain. A lot of people have been watching her video either live or watch the video, take notes, and then go on and give their take. I'm doing this a little bit differently. I have not yet watched Tati's entire video. I have seen clips in other people's reaction and commentary videos. And I did this, well, it kind of started by accident, but then I decided to stick with that methodology because it actually reminds me of a lot of the work and a lot of the sort of evidence gathering and building a case that one does as an attorney. For those who don't know, I am a licensed attorney. I have not been practicing law for a little bit. There's a myriad of explanations, and absolutely none of that is relevant to what I'm doing right now. Sorry for the finger, but this is kind of a thing, so I want to brighten the light there. My phone keeps turning the brightness down without it. Well, that's what I want to talk to you about, Shelley. Or not just you, but people in general. I have watched a lot of reaction videos, and I've seen a lot of takes on it. And there's a reason why I put the title on the thumbnail that I did. Because as an attorney who got her first law license nearly 18 years ago, I've been around the block. And because of that, I believe I have a different perspective than many people do. And more importantly, the types of reactions I'm seeing from a great many people is what brings to mind for me the problems I see in the legal system, particularly when we're talking about criminal trials. Shelley says, well, it was a nice block with good weather, huh? I don't understand, Shelley. Can you clarify that? But I am coming at, and so I decided to take, and I didn't take notes because a lot of times I'm cleaning or I'm driving or I'm doing something and I'm not actually building a case here. I want to discuss my impressions of the situation from the perspective of someone that has been practicing law on and off, just kind of depending, since 2002. Christine, hello! I don't think I've seen you here before. Thank you so much for joining the chat. If you're not subscribed, please do. I would really appreciate that. Things have been kind of stalling a little bit, especially since YouTube took away the go-to channel, because it's so hard to check out other channels while you're in a chat. And a lot of times I actually like to check out, for instance, if I'm in somebody's live stream and we're having a discussion, sometimes I like to go through and I like to check out the channels of the other people in the chat. And sometimes I'll subscribe if it looks like something I'm gonna dig. But they made that a new harder. Thank you so much, Christine, and I'm so glad you're here. But to get back to my original topic, oh, I see. I said I've been around the block. Poor Shelly tried to make a joke and it failed miserably. It's okay, sweetie. We've all done that. And it was kind of a nice day, although I slept for a lot of it. But before I get into all that, just kind of a slight update on my own life, or what little life I have. Given stress and events and lots of things, over the years I've gained a lot of weight. I am really freaking fat, okay guys, I really am, and I'm not happy with it. And it's been something that's been an issue for me for years. But a week ago, this past Friday, I went to my first visit to the bariatric clinic for one of our local hospital systems. Now, I have no interest in bariatric surgery. Shelly says, "Hell, I'm so fat. I started to move, girl." Exactly. But I've had some real successes I've been so happy with. I actually joined I've been watching Luke Narwhal a lot, and I've been watching him for months on and off, but I'm finding it especially inspirational, and I finally broke down and joined his subreddit. So I don't remember what it is. If you watch it, if you go to any one of Luke Narwhal's videos, you go in the description, he's got his subreddit linked. But I am finding so much encouragement there, and it's really awesome. Zach, hi, sweetie. But get this. I have a couple of things I really wanted to tell you guys. Okay, so since a week ago, this past Sunday, which was the first time I weighed myself since I started the diet. I actually didn't start it until Saturday, but I forgot to weigh myself in the morning, so I did that on Sunday. So since then, from a week ago Sunday to today, I have lost, 8 pounds. In what, a week and a half? 8 pounds. Bonjour, Zach. Hi, John, how are you? So yes, I have lost 8 pounds in a week and a half. I am just, thank you, Frida. But more importantly than that, I've got a couple of non-scale victories that I just want to brag a little bit, and then I'm going to get into the Tati situation, I swear. So the first one that really stood out to me, because I'm on a very low calorie diet. I'm on 1,300 calories because apparently my basal metabolic rate is 1547. So yeah, it sucked. I've been super drained. I had to bail out on my friend a couple of times when we were supposed to go kayaking. I had to bail on kayaking. Frida knows what a big deal this is. Frida knows I don't bail on kayaking, like possibly ever, unless there's actual lightning. But I've been incredibly drained, incredibly weak, very snippy. I just jammed down some yogurt right before this because I was getting real pissy with my husband. But yesterday, when I was at TJ Maxx in the checkout line, they had bags of Jordan almonds and buttered popcorn Jelly Bellies. I freaking love those. Plus, they have caramel corn all over that line as you're waiting to get into the checkout. As you're waiting to hit the checkout. Oh my God, y'all! I couldn't believe it. I didn't want to grab any of it. I didn't have that like snatch. She started jamming them down my throat as soon as I got to the car. I didn't have that. I didn't have the craving. I was so happy. And I actually posted that to the Narwhal subreddit. And people have been so incredibly kind about it. It's so awesome. Yes, bonjours. Hello, mercies. Thank you. Yes. Okay, when the frick am I getting hot? But the other non-scale victory was this morning. When I stepped on the scale this morning, I did not actually have to press my pooch in to see the number on the scale. Woo, 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 woo. So I am super happy. And yes, I am wearing a shirt that says abs are great, but have you tried donuts? I like irony for, exercisey type clothes. Woo, woo, woo. So yes, I'm still kind of drained. I understand it takes a couple weeks or so to start to feel a bit more normal. So I'm just kind of rolling with it, but I am really, really hoping to go kayaking soon because that broke my heart to have to bail on it. Oh, but yes. Oh, everybody, do check out each other's channels. And Frida, are you ever going to post again or what's going on? But let's get into the Tati situation. Here is my problem with jury trials. People come, obviously that when they select a jury pool, the idea is that people bring their perspectives and experiences with them, but they're also supposed to be able to at some point set them aside and just just go by the evidence. Okay, excellent, Frida. Frida said she's going to do an update. So for Frida, Frida K is my sister, and she has a smaller channel than me. So if you haven't subscribed to her, please do. I know you can't hit go to channel, which is a pain in the arse. But, subscribe to her. Okay. And for anybody on the replay who is not catching the chat, it is FREEDA space KAYE. Shelley says, they never put their thoughts aside. Exactly, Shelley. And that is the issue. And I am not going to call out anybody whose reaction videos I've seen. There are plenty of people whose videos I've seen where I usually agree with them, or I usually at least understand where they're coming from. However, when it came to their reactions to Tati's video, I just felt like they had so much other baggage that they could not be objective. Now, obviously, nobody's cross-examining Tati. I would actually consider Carla. Hi, how are you? I would actually consider Tati's video and I'm gonna get into this in a second, but I would actually consider Tati's video the equivalent of what we would call a complaint or a pleading, possibly a motion, but it's where it's where her case is, you know, her allegations and her case are stated from her perspective. And while she didn't attach her exhibits, you know, she didn't show her receipts. She didn't attach her exhibits to it, but we do have what appears to be the beginning of a pleading. And part of the reason why I'm saying this is because she says right up front toward the beginning of the video that her statement has been reviewed with her attorneys. This is important, and I think a lot of people are missing that because they want more from her. They want more from the statement than is appropriate in her situation. It's very clear. It's very clear up front that she is likely pursuing legal action. She has retained attorneys on it. They have reviewed her prepared statement, and I'm sure picked it to death with a comb and told her, you know, you've got to cut this out. You know, don't say this, don't say that, don't say the other thing. That is what we do. And, you know, and I'm glad that even though a lot of people are unsatisfied with the depth of her statements, I am glad of it. And here's why. Because it means that she is doing what her attorneys told her to do. The biggest frustration for attorneys is when our clients are not doing what we say. If you can't control your client, you can't control how you build your own case. And that is a frustration that every single lawyer knows. The first thing as an attorney that you need to be able to do is control your client. So it sounds like her attorneys are really on board with it, you know, are really on top of that. Oh, okay, Zach, don't worry. We're going to watch it together, and I'm going to discuss it. I'm coming at this for anybody that didn't catch it a little earlier, because I saw a couple reaction videos rather than just going straight to Tati's video. I decided to roll with it, and for the last, I don't know, couple days, I have been watching tons of reaction videos, and a lot of them want more from her than it seems like her attorneys are willing to let her say. I think a lot of them come with people's own baggage that they can't set aside and just listen to what she's saying. And the types of reactions I've seen, some are really cruel. Some are incredibly judgmental. Some are incredibly partisan, and those are the things that I see consistently when we look at juries. Oh, okay, we've got 7 people in the chat, but I just want to give you a couple examples. I mean, a lot of times juries will decide against a party because they don't like them, or even because they don't like their attorney. We've done this, and we've all seen, attorneys have seen this. I've seen this. I've been questioning jurors post trial, and they flat out said that the reason why they voted against our client is because they didn't like my boss, who is the lead attorney on the case. I was what they call second chair. I was helping him out, but he was the one doing the bulk of the talking. For those who don't see, for those who aren't familiar with that, I was second chair. My boss was first chair, and he was kind of a flashy guy. Yeah, exactly, Frida. The likability factor sucks, and it is incredibly prejudicial in jurisprudence, in the practice of law. And that is a huge frustration that we all deal with. And just seeing all these reactions, just it slapped me in the face. It absolutely slapped me in the face. So I'm going to go through Tati's video with you. I'll be stopping it for, quite a bit for a couple reasons. 805 Bird was a legal secretary for 18 years. Yeah, girl. I've been an attorney for 18 years. It's horrible. Oh, so you're glad you get to see the video for the first time here. Okay, excellent. Awesome. So, so my take is I'm going to stop it quite a bit, and we're going to discuss some things. We're going to discuss reactions I've seen and why I think they're right or wrong, or why they're having issues. Oh yeah, if a person looks guilty, they must be guilty. Oh, we're going to get into all of this. I hope you guys are buckled in. I hope you have your snacks. If you're catching me on the replay, pause, get your snacks, come back, because this is going to be a long ass video. I suspect. Her video is over 40 minutes. Mine, I fully expect to be a couple hours. So buckle in, kids. Let's get started. Okay, so this is Breaking My Silence by Tati. I'm going to start. Let me start from the beginning.
It's been a long time coming.
Weird color.
Share with you some very, very important things.
Hang on a second.
I am going to be reading.
I want to speak to Weird Collar Guy. Weird Collar Guy said that he served on a jury where the DA's record made us highly suspicious. Thank God. Thank God, because most people, it's the opposite. Most people believe anything the DA says because they're the DA. Sorry, I'm right-handed, so I'm gonna hold this from here. Let me flip that in. Most of the time we have the opposite trouble, where if somebody's charged, well, obviously they did something. If they didn't do something, they wouldn't have been charged. Yeah. So, here we go.
Is approved by my legal team, so I am, once I start getting into what I need to
now,
share.
I already said something today, about this.
What I feel is important to share with you. I won't be deviating.
Sorry.
And it's at the advice of my legal counsel. So
yes. Client control.
So much going on YouTube and in the world, and I just, first off, I do want to request something.
Oh, well, let me wait for a second.
Actually, before that, I just want to tell you that I missed you guys.
Yeah. Sorry. The dopamine hits from subscriber and follower engagement are real.
And I'm hoping that this video clears up a lot of the reasons why I felt I could not be online over the past couple of months.
Okay. Let's see. Seat belts on and seats in the upright position. That's right, Shelley. Buckle up, girl. Okay. So obviously, client control, number one, excellent. I'm glad that they have obviously impressed upon her the importance of not deviating from the statement that they reviewed, the prepared statement that they reviewed. This is incredibly important to attorneys, as I've said before, but I'm going to stress it again for the cheap seats, because this is incredibly important. Also, when she says, things going on YouTube and the world, I've already seen a lot of people saying things like, "Oh, well, why is she talking about this now with the racial issues we're having now and the and the epidemic and all that." Yeah, that's why she's acknowledging that there are other things going on, but this is not what her video's about. She's not going to belabor it. Yes, she knows there are other things going on in the world, but she's not going to belabor it. It appears to me that she and her attorneys made the decision that that if she were to talk about that more, it would appear that she were pandering or taking advantage of those things to make herself more sympathetic. So I know a lot of people were like, well, why isn't she talking about, you know, why does she just, the overall sense I got was, why is she glossing over all the other things that are going on? And my answer is, because that's not what this video is about. Sorry, I was watching As Told by Kenya not long before I got on here. Which, by the way, I truly think that the only critique of this video that I've seen that I consider fair is by As Told by Kenya, and her video is entitled "Tati is Not Innocent." Do I necessarily agree with every point she made in there? No. But I think overall she made some great points, and I think she was very fair. So I highly recommend that video. Who knows? Maybe if we have enough time and my legs haven't swollen up too much, maybe we'll watch that afterwards. But no, I think that can stand on its own.
I have missed making videos, and I've missed you so much. But I do want to ask anyone watching this that believes in anything higher than themselves, that believes in any higher power, you know, all higher power, all God is love and the root of love. And I am a woman of faith, and I've been praying every day over this event, scandal, whatever you want to name it. And I just ask that you press pause for a moment, and even just for 10 seconds, just cover this in prayer, because there is so much healing that needs to take place. There was a lot of injustice, and there's a lot of truth that needs to come forward, but it is not going to be easy, and it's very painful. And I don't wish harm or hate on anyone, and I just want to make that very, very clear. I'm an imperfect person, and I do my best to be caring, kind, and loving, and I screw up, and I make bad choices. And I think that we all right now, we go online, and it's really easy to make terrible choices, even with how you cast a vote.
Weird collar guy says, "I'll heart
what
get
your
burns."
opinion
He's a
is
priest.
of someone's, news story, or, whatever's going on in the world, or just anything you see in the media right now. Be mindful. We're made to feel like we have to follow the herd. And there are so many AI bots and accounts that aren't even real that influence your opinion on whatever narrative is out there. And it has just left me feeling really heartbroken.
Okay. The fact that the priest is like, "All right, burns," cracks me up. Absolutely cracks me up. Real Chicks TV says, "Oh, boo hoo hoo." Cindy Lou loves glam too says, "Oh my god, I love all the lyric videos on Twitter too, like a countdown to a TV show premiere." Okay, and I get it. I get it. But what we have to remember, if we're looking at, it from more than one perspective, yeah, the faith talk kind of, me too. However, Real Chicks TV thinks her entire video was so unnecessary. You know what? I don't think that's the case, but I do agree with Weird Collar Guy that if she'd placed it at the end, it would have been, and I'll insert "seen" as more sincere and less manipulative. Okay. See, we're already getting into it. Now, I am not religious in the slightest. I suppose, what one would call an apathetic agnostic. I don't have the certainty to say I'm an atheist, but I don't really care all that much to find out or figure it out. I don't know, don't care. But yeah, I can see why people are having an issue with this. However, if we're looking at her overall audience, and she's got, she's sort of an aesthetic type with generally an audience of women in their 30s and 40s. Now, a great many of those are religious, and probably a significant percentage of them are evangelical. Now, like I said, I am not religious in the slightest. However, I do have friends that are genuine Christians, and and generally it is a huge part of their life and their consciousness. So I'm trying to be kind about this part. Is it my cup of tea? No. But I can see how it would be part of her, part of her consciousness, especially, especially if her faith is genuine. There are a lot of people that, their faith is genuine. Is it for me? No. But if they take comfort from it, that's fine. Frida K says that LOL uninvested in supernatural issues. I think she's talking about me. Frida's got more faith than I do. And Frida also says Tati's target market is Hobby Lobby customers. Kind of, yeah, pretty much. I can totally see her, I can totally see her target audience with those freaking live, laugh, love signs up in their freaking dining area or whatever. Yeah, it's not my jam, but there are people like that. There are people that take it seriously. And I think we need to try to understand that while I do agree with Weird Collar Guy that the timing of that would have been better at the end. I also understand why she would put it at the beginning. I do think that her choice to put it at the beginning was also to cover kind of everything that's going on. There's a lot going on, and again, her video's not about it, but there's also a lot of bots, not just in social media, but also in regular media, doing things like discouraging people from wearing masks. You know what? I'm gonna put on a different lip balm. I still feel like I don't have lips. Okay, so clearly the Pat McGrath lip balm in the Flesh 3 shade is my jam. This blow up is a little pale for me, and then I've got a clear one, so whatever. But yeah, for Alone, I'm liking this. But okay, enough of Pat. Let's get back to Tati. So I'm just saying, let's try to, rather than immediately, oh, it's manipulative, it's pandering, let's just reserve judgment on this and continue. And also try to look at things from more than one perspective, because just because that's the way we think, it doesn't mean that's the way everyone else thinks.
If enough people have one opinion about something, it feels like the masses turn the tide really quickly. And I've witnessed that, and I feel like I've experienced that with my own scandal, but it's even worse, like stepping back from the picture and not being like so close up to it and actually stepping back. And with all of the sadness going on in the world, you see how quickly the tides turn. And I just want to inspire you guys, or just empower you actually, to look further into yourself and your own opinions, and don't follow the herd. Follow your heart, really. Because I thought I was...
Now for me, I would say rather than follow your heart, follow your head. That's my thing. You have to have more than heart. You have to have some real analysis behind any issue. But overall, the message is not bad. Maybe it could have been better timed, but overall, I kind of get what she's at. Yeah, this is a long video, so like I said, buckle up, kids.
Following mine, but I was listening to the wrong people. So if you can take anything from this, it's listen to your heart first.
My
and
right
always-
arm is going to get
and
so
don't
tired.
bend on that. I
Wish I
feel
had
like
something to
sometimes
practice
we're
up on.
afraid to be ourselves in this world. Like our freedom of speech is expanded in areas and limited in others because the second that someone jumps and disagrees, it feels like so many jump with that, and you feel voiceless and afraid to speak up. And I think that's a scary part of the world right now, that some of the good is suppressed and voiceless. And I'm not here for that, and I want to speak as much of my truth as I legally am permitted to do. And so,
Okay, couple points. When she's 805 says she was listening to the rock people. No, when, and here's the thing, I think a lot of people got twisted in their reaction videos. When she says legally, she means, and it's pretty clear to me what she means is A, without opening herself up to potential action for defamation. There's only so much you can say, even if it's true. But if you can't prove it, you can still open yourself up to defamation. Truth alone doesn't cut it. You have to have proof. Truth with proof. Truth without proof, and you're getting sued. Oh yeah, Magruder. Okay, so then the other issue that she's bringing up here is about following the wave, and a lot of people have been guilty of it. I mean, I probably have. I believe I tend to less, but that's mostly because that's the kind of person I am. I haven't shied away from confrontation. I haven't shied away from going against the grain. And you know what? I paid dearly for it. I have paid so dearly for it for my entire life. But that's just the kind of person I am. I can't do it. Most of the time, I can't do it. Obviously, sometimes I can, because, nobody's personality can be completely consistent. It's just not possible. So, I understand how easy it is for people to get caught up in waves going this way, waves going that way. I tend to rebel against that sort of thing. It's just something about my personality. But it has not been without cost. Sorry, we're not supposed to be watching me cry. We're supposed to be watching Tati cry. Let's get back to it. My boy. Yes, I'm huge into Baby Yoda. No, the child.
I'm going to share what I can, and I love you all so much, and I'm grateful for anyone that has come here to hear my experience of 2019. So, talking publicly about a wound in my heart that I don't think will ever fully heal is not something I ever wanted to do. I avoided it, even though I felt the heaviness of so much disappointment. Until today, I made no comment, and I have made every effort to move through this with dignity. The reality is, every day I've struggled quietly trying to rebuild my now poisoned reputation. The heartbreak that was born from the scandal still lingers, and I feel it won't ever have the opportunity to completely heal until I uncover the truth from all parties involved and their motivation of it all. For over a year now, every time the scandal is revisited, either in the mainstream media or through social platforms, I become the number one target of relentless hate while remaining voiceless. I've lost over a year.
Now, again, Now again, I am going to say this because I've seen a lot of people reacting and saying, well, she's not voiceless. She could have said anything at any time. No. Not if her attorneys freaking told her not to. Not if it didn't look like the atmosphere on social media would have run against her. I mean, let's face it, as far as the timing of this statement now, it's bang on. People are already thoroughly disgusted with Jeffree Star. And given more information that's been coming out about him lately. People are also incredibly disgusted by Shane Dawson as more information is coming out from many sources about him. I've watched a lot of channels discussing Shane Dawson and his older videos. I've seen lots of clips, and let me tell you, it is puke fest. It is I can't. Nope. You know, when you come into a situation where I agree with a Jaden Smith tweet, well, okay, let's unpack that. Jaden Smith, who generally I think is a twit, but I agree with him calling Shane Dawson out about a video he did where he like, I hope pretended he was masturbating to a poster of Willow Smith at age 11. Yeah, I found myself agreeing with Jaden Smith. Cindy Lou Loves Glam too says, not gonna lie, I do feel for her and I did cry at this video, but I'm now operating under the assumption that no one is innocent. Cutting Jeffree Star, no longer supporting the Pig King either. Exactly. And here's the thing, and I don't think you were here when I said it before, Cindy, but I think the fairest criticism of Tati came from As Told by Kenya. Her video's called Tati is Not Innocent. She just put it up today. I was listening to it while I was driving home, and I highly recommend that. After this, of course. After we're done here. But yeah, I highly recommend it. I've watched lots of criticism and reactions to this video, both positive and negative, mostly negative. But of them, I think that As Told by Kenya is the most fair. And I think maybe part of that is because the last I knew, she was like a pre-law major in college. I'm not sure if she's in law school yet or not, but I can see her being a hell of an advocate. So, well, I usually tell people, don't go to law school, don't do it. Don't do it to yourself. I actually think she would be kind of killer. All right. Let's go back into this one now.
Year of my life terrified of social media and terrified of speaking up against the people that used, coerced, and manipulated me into uploading my video in May of last year. As a result, the damage to my health, relationships, reputation, business, and general well-being have been enormous. The platform that I love, this platform that saved my life and that changed my life, has become toxic. And what it needs now more than ever are peacemakers. We need to find our way back to the beginning through forgiveness and leading with love. We need to rebuild a safe place to escape again. Our world seems to be falling apart all around us, so the last thing you need me to do is fuel more hate by releasing my receipts and voice memos. But I know many of you are needing some answers, as well as a long overdue apology for the role that I played.
Okay. Just gotta take a quick break there, because if I don't make commentary every, fairly often, I might get a valid copyright strike. Real Chicks TV says, I never liked any of them. I think they're all drama lovers who feed off this shiz. If you don't want drama, don't create it. You can't create your own storm and then complain when it rains. And for a lot of these folks, it's true. However, what you have to remember is that before last year, before the Bye Sister video, Tati was not in any drama. She was not dramatic. She was not one of those people who's constantly in trouble. She hung out in her platform. She did her thing, and that's why I found her Bye Sister video. And in many respects, I still do find her criticisms of James Charles in that video valid. And that's and I discussed that further in a video I did at the time. It's, if you go back into my videos, it's called I stepped into a flaming bag of bullshit. or no, dog crap. I stepped into a flaming bag of dog crap, I think is what I said, or bull crap. Yeah. Anyway, the thumbnail is like a bag of flaming poop. So it's about a year ago. And with the possible exception, given new information that's come out, at the very end, I talked some about Jeffree Star's statement, but up until the Jeffree Star stuff, I still stand by that video. I listened to it again today just to make sure I stood by it, and I do. So, if you want to watch that, I could certainly use the views. But also, I think, at least I hope that I helped to clarify what I thought and saw were the issues that Tati was bringing up in her Bye Sister video. Frida says, that's such a good quote about the storm. Yeah.
Also, by the way, these are my words. I did write this, and this is from my heart, but I am being careful here, and I think you guys understand why.
Not everybody understands why. A lot of people have been really crappy about it.
Ended, James Charles came to my LA home, and we compared DMs, texts, and stories about what had happened behind the scenes. We apologized to each other, forgave each other, and agreed to wait patiently until it was safe for me to share my story. Since that night, James Charles has repeatedly said that he wanted to be beside me for this video. But I felt it was important that I do it alone. Because he deserves my first apology. And I am really sorry, James. And I've said that privately, but I want you to hear it publicly. I'm sorry.
Okay. Now, another thing I've seen in a lot of reaction videos are, well, who keeps DMs and this and that and the other thing? Well, unless I erase them, I have all of my Instagram DMs. They just, it's like emails. If you don't erase them, they just live there. Now with the voice memos, I do understand that you have to actually save it in order for it to remain accessible. And however, with DMs, with Instagram stories, good point, Frida, and I'll get to that. But some people are like, well, why would somebody save all that stuff? I'm like, I can click on any DM and I can see every DM I've gotten from that person because I haven't erased them. Okay, Christine, thank you so much. Oh, you're in North Carolina? Yeah, I'm in New York, but I'm a late person. So yes, thank you for coming in. Do check the replay, and hopefully by the time you can catch the replay, I'll have a couple links below for things to check out. Okay. But yeah, okay, before I go back into this, yeah, Frida brings up a good point about apologies as an admission of culpability. And that is something that one has to be extremely careful with, which is why I'm sure her attorneys went through this with a fine-tooth comb. I'm sure that they probably had her alter her language, do some edits. Any attorney worth their salt would do it. I would too. Whether I'm worth one's salt or not is another issue, but I don't know. And I'm often plenty salty, but I think people have been too salty, too prejudicial on this. So, I really want us to keep an open mind. I want us to keep it fair. And you know what? I'm glad that Tati and James Charles made up behind the scenes. I understand why they kept it behind the scenes, especially if Tati's attorneys, I don't know if James has attorneys on this or not, but if Tati's attorneys are starting to build a case, which can often take months, sometimes years, but if Tati's attorneys are starting to build a case, then any publicity that Tati and James would get from publicly making up, or from Tati making a public apology at that time, could be used against her in legal action. So I am suspecting, by okaying this public apology at this time, her attorneys are in a fairly confident place. Actually, probably in a pretty damn good place. They're probably feeling pretty good about their case in order to allow their client to publicly apologize. So, yeah. What, for instance, and I don't know if a lot of people understand this, but okay, for instance, say you get into a fender bender. Whatever you do, don't apologize. You can ask, are you okay? You can express concern. Do not apologize. That will be brought up against you. So, yeah, that's a thing. All right, let's get back to Tati. This live is going to be so long.
Provide some context. It's important for you to know that I love
Ariel,
James Charles.
hi.
He has a special place in my heart.
Ariel, yeah, we're going over Stampin' Porn. Don't worry, we're doing pretty good. We're just getting started. I would suggest maybe later on you go back into my live after it's fully loaded onto YouTube, so that you can catch the first hour and fully get where we are up to this point. Not to mention, I wouldn't mind the view time. Real Chicks TV says, in Virginia it's been ruled that an apology is not an admission of guilt, but that's not the case in every state. Cindy Lou loves glam too. Says, Jeffrey, not so much. Have to wonder, did Shane even consult an attorney before his big YouTube apology on Friday? I'll bet not. Wow. Everything I have seen, I've seen out of Shane since this all hit, it is clearly there is no attorney involved in this, or if there is, that attorney needs to fire Shane as a client, because then Shane is clearly not under control, under his attorney's control. And for any attorney to be effective, your client has to be under your control while a case is being built.
And that never changed, even when I was hurt. I promised my dad I wasn't gonna cry. I've been trying to feel.
Oh yeah, Shane just hot. Oh, Jane.
I've been trying to feel
girl, we'll talk about that
strong enough
afterwards.
to do this video because I want to feel strong. I don't feel like I'm able to talk about any of this without getting emotional. So forgive my emotions. This is really difficult stuff. I was always more of a mentor than a friend to James Charles. I was someone he could lean on if he needed advice. He came into my life after he had sent me a tweet in 2016, and I met him in person for the first time at a Generation Beauty event in New York. Not long after that, his CoverGirl deal was made public, and he was off to the races. I was a proud friend, and I wanted nothing but good things for him. A few months later, he was a guest at my wedding, where he did my makeup for my wedding day. It's still my favorite memory of us, as it was a gift getting to know him before all of the success.
Sorry, I know my
James
focus
Charles
is going
has
in
made
and out
his
here.
fair share of mistakes and has been in scandals. We all have, but I always believed in him, as he had a rare ability to improve himself through any situation. In the past, if I was upset, it never lasted long. He is gifted with turning pain into strength, and I've always admired that. However, prior to the scandal last May, I'd started growing frustrated with what I perceived as a progressing sense of entitlement.
Okay, before we get into that part, again, like I said, I have to stop this a lot or YouTube can hit me with a copyright strike. And I don't want to do that. For one thing, this is truly a commentary video. But the legal standard for fair use is that you have to take the original work and transform it in some fashion. So by me letting her talk some and then adding my own commentary, I am transforming her original content. Now, Stampin' Porn says it's weird because it's obvious she's reading a script. Yes, you've missed the beginning of the video, and you also missed the beginning of my commentary. She made it very clear that she did have her attorneys review her statement before she said this. Before doing this. She is reading it from a prepared script. It is pretty clear that her attorneys are preparing some sort of legal action. It probably against Jeffree Star and Shane Dawson is my supposition, given just sort of everything that we've been seeing and hearing. So yes, she is reading from a prepared script. And she's reading from a prepared script that her attorneys reviewed and okayed. And this is absolutely the way it needs to be done. If she were to just pop off and go from the seat of her pants, for one thing, I don't think that she would get what she wants to across. It's really hard to, especially when you're emotional. I mean, even in some of my own live streams. So I've because I do go back and I watch some of my own stuff, and sometimes I'm like, oh my god, I sound like hot garbage. And this is from someone who's been paid to talk for a living. But yeah, she is reading from prepared script. I am sure her attorneys edited the hell out of it. And that is a good thing. That's what people don't recognize, is they tend to think that if you've prepared something, if you have a script, it means that there is something disingenuous about what you're doing. Oh, that's a good point too, Weird Color Guy. He says that he thinks James Charles is preparing to take legal action and she's a party to his case. Yeah, that's entirely possible. And Tati may be, and it seems from clips I've seen in other videos that'll come up later, that it sounds like Tati may have a cause of action as well. I'm not sure. I'm not her attorney, but that's kind of where what the overall impression I'm getting from this as a professional attorney of 18 years. That's where I'm thinking this is going. Let's see. Frida says Shane has emotional word vomit syndrome. I'm going to talk about Shane a little later, but I want to wait until after we go through Tati's video. Oh, thank you, Frida. She said she said that you're me. Yeah, me. Professional perspective is also educational. Thank you. I try. I assume you were talking about the fair use versus copyright infringement issue. Yeah. There's a reason I did my thumbnail like that, and I know many of you watching, whether you're in the chat or you're coming to watch later, I don't talk about being an attorney much on my channel. I'm sure the vast majority of my subscribers and viewers have had no idea that I'm an attorney. I don't talk about it. It's not even what I'm doing now. When I talk about work, I talk about the other work I've been doing. But yeah. And I'm doing that because that's not what my channel is about. And I view my channel mostly as an escape from that, because it is incredibly stressful. And gosh, after I started practicing law, this is going to crack it. When I was working at my first firm, for some reason, every so often I would start getting this, like, not quite that much, but I would get this twitch in this eye, and it could go on for days, sometimes even weeks. It would just keep twitching there. Yeah, so I'm certainly not practicing law on freaking YouTube, which is why I don't normally discuss it. But in this case, and like I said earlier, the thing that brought me to bring it out now, to put it on a thumbnail, to be more public about being an attorney, is my take on all the reaction videos I've seen. I've seen some that are just incredibly unfair. Where I'm just watching them, I'm like, no. And it's like, okay, no, they don't mean to be mean. They're coming at it from their own perspective. They're bringing too much baggage into this, one way or the other way. And again, that's why I chose the thumbnail text the way I did. This is why I don't trust juries, because there are too many people with too much baggage that they cannot set aside and be objective, or at least make the attempt to be fair. I've seen a lot of videos where I didn't even see any attempt to be fair, and I was thoroughly disgusted. And the crazy thing is many of these videos are from people I normally respect. I'm not going to call anybody out. I'm not going to say any names, but I'm sure if you saw their videos, you could guess how I would react to it at this point. But like I said, the only critique that I thought was fair was As Told by Kenyans that I have seen so far. All right, back to Tati. I think I've added enough content for that clip.
And I felt that he was making some detrimental choices that could jeopardize his career and safety. None of my concerns became overwhelming until after.
And I talked about that in my video a year ago. Again, it's the one with a flaming bag of dog crap in the thumbnail. I'll link it later.
After I met Shane Dawson. When I made my video, I expressed my opinions about James Charles's behavior. I expressed how much a specific decision he made that I perceived as betrayal hurt me. I was very worried and heartbroken, but I did not lie in that video. I never called James Charles a predator, and I never said that James Charles was a danger to society. My video was not made with any malice. I did not publicly air any of the horrific accusations that were being made behind the scenes. While I was definitely upset that he had accepted a sponsorship from the biggest rival to my brand, Halo Beauty, I did not make my video because of vitamins. I made it as a result of all of the poisonous lies that were fed to me by Shane Dawson and Jeffree Star. James Charles's Sugar Bear Hair sponsorship and all of the drama that had kicked up afterwards, that was just my breaking point.
Okay, let's go into this a second after I read what I get from the chat. Okay, Cindy Lou Loves Glam too says, I didn't know that, but I work with a bunch of lovely attorneys. Unfortunately, I also have to be in a courtroom against some professionally nasty ones. I try not to hold it against them. Stampin' Porn says, we all walk around with our old biases and histories. Some are much better at putting it aside, and others can't see through any lens but their own. Exactly. And like I said, I've seen a lot of people doing reaction videos I would not want on a jury. They can't put their biases aside. They don't appear to be able to see this outside of any lens other than their own. Okay, so I'm going to talk about this a little bit. Where we were is that, is Tati saying that while she called out in her video more than just the vitamin thing, she called out some disturbing trends in James Charles's behavior that she observed. And I watched by sister. It was that by what she observed that he was on a dangerous path. I said that in my own video about that at the time. And I'm not going to belabor what I said in the video, but I did certainly bring up that his propensity at the time to go after straight guys, and talk about how much he loved straight guys, I said at the time, and I say it still, that gets people killed. It gets people killed. Even the perception that someone might be trying to go after a straight guy, even if they're not, gets people killed. It is incredibly dangerous, and I completely understood why she called that out. Because at the time, he was, 19? Yeah, 19-year-old kids don't listen to a lot unless it's really slapped in their face, and even then, good frickin' luck. So I understand that a lot of people thought that her video may have been vindictive or vicious by discussing that, but I did not see it that way at all. I saw it coming from the experience of an older person, and I've also seen a lot of reaction channels say, well, first she's saying she's his friend, then she says she's his mentor. It's like, you can be both. A mentor relationship does not have to be formal. I have lots of friends that are younger than me, and we enjoy each other on a friend basis, but I also have a greater degree of education, experience, etc., and I do make that available. Frida says that the biases people deal with make jury selection seem like a nightmare. Oh my God, it is. Oh my God, it is. Yes, absolutely. I've seen juries find for people they should find for people they shouldn't have, and I've seen juries find against people that they should not have for other, for reasons other than the actual merits of the case. And I've seen that a lot. And I've seen it enough to not trust juries. Yeah, I don't trust juries. Frida does say that she doesn't think that it was the appropriate way to call it out, though. And I understand why you think that, but in her Bye Sister video, Tati did say that she had been privately just talking to him about this for quite some time, and for this sort of behavior for quite some time, and was being ignored and was watching it get worse. Like I said, I discussed it in more detail in my video from a year ago. I'm not going to totally rehash Dramageddon 2, because now we're working on what I'm hoping is Carmageddon 3. Carmageddon. But, I understand it seems very drastic. And it does kind of sound like, and just my sense of things at the time was, she'd been talking to him about this stuff privately. He's getting more and more full of himself, listening less and less, as teenage boys tend to do. Come on. A lot of you guys have heard my son yapping in the background, and sometimes he says some stuff that, good Lord. Oh, sometimes he says some stuff where I'm just like, someday somebody's going to kick your ass. And she didn't call him a predator. She did not do that. Here's the thing, Freda. She is not the one who called him a predator. She is not the one who said he was a danger to society. She said that that there are these, that he has some behaviors, and she said what they were, that are gross and that are dangerous. That is what she did. She did not call him a predator. She did not call him a danger to society. Who did that? Jeffree Star. Jeffree Star did that. But because Jeffree Star did that on the tail of, right following Tati's video's release, somehow it got pinned onto her. So yeah, no, I'm not saying that calling out that behavior in video form was the right thing to do. I'm not saying that at all. I am saying, though, as someone with, as someone who had sort of, I in my other video I called it kind of an auntie relationship, where it's like you're not the parent, you're a friend, you're a mentor, you really care about this person, you really want them to go the right way, and then when you see them consistently screwing up and not listening, it's so frustrating. That boy in there, oh my God. And I'm not saying that what she did was necessarily appropriate. What I am saying is that we have to keep an open mind and look at and see the possibility that somehow, and she even said after she felt betrayed by him taking a sponsorship for a competitor, she felt that was sort of the straw that broke the camel's back for her, and she kind of went out, blew it out. However, she kept what was in her video to her own observations and experience with him, and then she extrapolated her opinions on those. Cindy Lou loves glam too. Do you actually think this will make it to a jury? My guess is there'll be some kind of settlement and we'll never know the full story. Shane Dawson will be the only one who will be canceled. I think that is a likely outcome, yes. Yeah. Jeffree's like the freaking Teflon man, but I'm still not buying his stuff. I mean, I never bought anything, but I'm not gonna now. I've kind of kept an eye on him for a while, and I said that in my last live, I think it was, where I've been. Shane Dawson did the series, and went to went to a great deal of trouble to rehabilitate Jeffrey's reputation. And that series, the one before The Beautiful Life of Jeffree Star, that was done, I think, either just shortly before or around the time that I started YouTube. I've only been on for a little over 2 years, so I didn't have all that history, of seeing things develop on YouTube. I've really only been seeing things develop for about the last 2 years. Holy shit show! Oh my god. But I'd seen enough through other people's videos and commentary and that sort of thing to kind of keep a distance from Jeffree Star, not buy anything, and just kind of keep an eye out. Both for something I might want, but also to see whether this is somebody I wanted to buy from. And I've been keeping an eye out for a couple of years. And yeah, I've made my mind up, and so far he hasn't gotten any of my money. And you know what? I don't see a circumstance in the future where he will get my money. I can't even imagine how much it would take, how much growth and development as a person it would take for him at this point to get into my pocket. I have a really hard time imagining that he can do it. Frida says, I will say, though, that I have an extremely low threshold for public conflict of any kind. Yeah, not everybody's like that. And what you have to remember, too, Frida, is that these are people who live at least part of their life in public. And what you also have to understand is when you are publicly and professionally close to someone, and then they start doing some really disgraceful things, you need to find a way, not only, in this case, I would say her video was not only to call him out and bring him to his attention, but also to distance herself from his problematic behavior. Because a lot of people on social media see that if you don't do something like that, then you're co-signing. And actually, that is something that Kenya brings up in her video when she's criticizing Tati. And I'd say her critiques are fair. There. Yeah, a lot of people dislike public confrontation, but it does make sense given their very public profiles and the fact that she's been publicly tied to him for quite some time before all this went down. I can understand her needing to publicly distance herself from behavior that she sees as a problem. But there's more, and we're going to get into it. There's more, guys. Gosh, we're 11 minutes into this video and 1:23 into my live. Yeah, we're going to be here a while. At some point I might have to take a potty break.
Yes, I'm a grown woman. I'm smart. I can usually spot deceit and manipulation a mile away, but my guard was down from being heartbroken, and I allowed myself to be worked by Shane, Jeffrey, and others. After my video went up, I was never served a lawsuit or any cease and desist letters.
She's got to protect her bag.
I only privated my video at the request of YouTube because YouTube said it was a bad look for their platform. James, I am so sorry that I allowed myself to be poisoned.
Okay, now, one thing that we've got to understand about a bad look from their platform, one thing we've got to understand is that it appears that, and I haven't seen anything direct about this. Oh, we'll get into that, because a lot of people are talking about that word collar guy. A lot of people are claiming that somehow because she's over 35, somehow she can't be manipulated or pressured. Absolutely, people can. It happens to all of us, no matter how old we are. I really think that these younger people just don't want to understand that just because you age and even, grow in knowledge, wisdom, experience, etc., doesn't mean you can't still be played. And I've seen that especially from younger YouTubers in their critiques. But I think they just expect too much of us old feet. Oh, yeah. It is weird that YouTube wanted her to private it, but it's weird that YouTube wanted her to private it until you kind of understand a bit of what's going on behind the scenes. For some reason, Susan Wojcicki, who is the CEO of YouTube, the CEO, she's the one in charge. She is the one in charge. She and James Charles are tight. And what you got to understand is, who did YouTube use their Met Gala ticket on? James Charles. He is their cash cow. He is their way to appeal to a younger audience. Tati and Jeffrey and a lot of these, Jacqueline, a lot of these guys have been around a lot longer. Their audience trends older. And when you trend an older audience, you also in many cases get an audience that doesn't have quite as much time to spend on YouTube because, they actually have like jobs and families and shit like that. But the younger audience has more time. So when James Charles started blowing up, they were thrilled. Susan Wojcicki, and I may be mispronouncing her name, but quite frankly, I don't give a damn. Push me more, then maybe I'll care. but they do seem to really be going after the younger audience, and they also seem to be going after the mainstream audience that wants to do crap like watch freaking Jimmy Kimmel on YouTube. They're the older in age YouTubers aren't getting the push, and the smaller YouTubers aren't getting the push. And a lot of us smaller YouTubers basically feel like they're kind of trying to kill us. Taking my go-to channel, assholes. Exactly, Cindy. The young ones either haven't had it happen to them yet, or they have had it happen to them once, and then think that, oh, well, they know now, and that's never going to happen to them again. Bullshit. But they're too young to understand. Really? I didn't see this. Cindy says, Shane also made a huge mistake by going after Dasani, which is a Coca-Cola brand, in his last conspiracy video. Susan let the floodgates fly. I'll bet she did. I'll bet she was not happy with that at all. Exactly, Stampin' Porn. Watch TV on TV. She doesn't want to watch it on YouTube. Me neither. But to be fair, a lot of people don't have cable, and they may want to catch these type of shows on this, which is fine, whatever. I mean, anytime they try to recommend it to me, I always put don't recommend channel, to the point where it doesn't show up in my recommendations anymore. They know better by now. I'm not watching that crap. That's what Facebook is for. I very carefully cultivate my YouTube recommendations, because I know a lot of people don't, and I know a lot of people watch stuff that doesn't help, those of us who are small creators. So overall I tend to stay in my lane. I don't really even watch these big beauty channels much. I mean, I've seen some of Tati's videos, but I sure don't watch every one. I watch maybe a handful, I don't know, a year, maybe 10 a year, but that's probably overestimating. Okay, let's get back to Tati.
Poisoned and weaponized against you. I'm sorry that I bought into any of their lies. Believing those lies and allowing myself to be gaslit into making that video is one of the biggest regrets of my life. I should have tried harder to reach you over those concerns in person. And I'm sorry for giving up on you. The information they were giving me was terrifying. I thought your career and freedom were in jeopardy. I was trying to get you to put your phone down and seek help because I was told there were a lot of victims that were going to come forward to destroy you. I was foolish for believing them. I was scared. I thought if I called you out, you would put your phone down and stop the detrimental behavior I was being made to believe was true. James, I apologize for uploading that video. I should have known better than to fall for their lies and manipulation, but in the end, I failed. And instead, I allowed Shane and Jeffrey to put a wedge between our friendship.
Now, see, Frida, that is the reaction that a lot of people are having.
Jeffree Star first contacted me,
that is the reaction that a lot of people are having. That I don't think is fair. Frida's saying, so what she said is it's someone else's fault, not hers? No, she's not saying that. Miss Benin in America, hi, how are you? Oh, hey, it's been a while, guys. So, we've had some people come in and out, so check out each other's channels. Yeah, we're talking about Tati Westbrook's latest video and the Furor. I'm taking the approach of looking at it as a professional attorney and discussing the reactions that other people have been having in videos that aren't fair and are what make me concerned for the for the jury system here in America. Okay, so other than that, I'm doing good. Losing weight, I'm really happy with that. We had a little whoop whoop party earlier in the stream. Let's see. Stampin said, the last Tati video I watched was her and Charlotte Tilbury. It made me want to buy expensive Charlotte Tilbury makeup. Luckily, I'm broke and haven't bought any. Word Collar Guy says, she's taking blame. She's saying that she's responsible for allowing herself to be taken in. Exactly. Frida, where's the line between an explanation and an excuse legally speaking? Well, okay. The line between an explanation and an excuse is an explanation does not remove culpability. What it does is explain the events or the thought process that got you to that point. And in a trial, particularly in a jury trial, sometimes a jury can use that or consider that in mitigation. As again, not to remove legal culpability, but by understanding how one got there, they can maybe see the context. Yes, thank you. That's the word I wanted, context. And that is what Tati is doing here. She's giving context. She's not giving excuses. She's giving the context around the situation. That, what was going on behind the scenes that was percolating back in here as she's seeing what she's seeing, his behavior, and then again, what she felt was a betrayal. James Charles accepting a sponsorship from a competing brand of vitamins. And again, I think that what people aren't understanding is because they have been so tight professionally for quite some time, and it was known in the social media community that they were very tight. So then when someone who is one of your best friends, someone who you've promoted the hell out of, over the years, then they take a sponsorship from a rival company. That is a real slap in the face. That had to be so not only personally embarrassing, but professionally embarrassing. And I said that in my video from last year too. And that's the thing. It wasn't just one thing. You know, she's seeing a pattern of behavior that she doesn't like. She's got Shane and Jeffrey talking in her ear about other things that may or may not be true. You know, now there seems to be some doubt on whether these things were true, but she had no way to know that then. But so she's being told about other things that she doesn't know about, and she did not say in her video. She did not talk about any of that in her Bye Sister video. She stuck with what she knew herself, which was the responsible thing to do. She had plenty to say then, but she didn't bring up anything that she did not know herself. She didn't bring up it, but okay, you're seeing a pattern of behavior that is worrying you. Then you're being told by other people that there is more to it that you're not aware of, but they are. So, you know, so you're seeing things. You've got words coming in your ear about more that you don't know about, and then you get the final straw, which makes you feel like, okay, clearly he doesn't give a crap about anybody. If he doesn't care about one of his best friends and mentors, if he's willing to professionally embarrass her and engage in these other behaviors that socially embarrassed her and concerned her, and then she's hearing all this other stuff in the background, that's why she popped off in the video. That is what she's saying here. Frida says, being embarrassed or ashamed has never prompted me to make wise choices. Exactly. And that's the thing, is I really think that people are putting too much on her. You know, they seem to think just because she seems to have a lot together, you know, and she's got some, you know, one of those more aesthetic channels. You know, you always see her very composed and very put together, and she's got the graceful gestures and the nice voice, and she looks very done, and she has a nice husband who, truthfully, I think it looks a little overdone for a straight male, but I'm not saying he's not straight. I'm just saying he's a little, you know, he's got a little Hollywood. But, you know, then again, I'm from the Midwest, so, you know, there is that. But I think a lot of people hold that against her, whether it's through resentment of her lifestyle or what. You know, it's kind of like those people that don't believe that the popular girl that seems to have everything all together, like they can't believe that she has problems. Again, an issue with jury selection. You know, what if you have what if your client looks and behaves like this, and then you get a jury with people in it that resent what they see on the surface? Are they really going to hear her out?
Early in his YouTube career wanting to meet. But it wasn't until 2017 that we started speaking. I knew that Jeffrey
Frida says her life has high production
When
values.
he came to me, he presented himself as someone who had
I
changed
wish I did.
and was trying to be better.
But I don't.
I saw his pain and I felt that I could be a positive influence. As time went on, I learned that being friends with Jeffree Star was like being friends with a lion. Yes, he may have been dangerous, but he was always really kind to me. From time to time, I would see improvements, which were followed by setbacks thereafter, but overall, I thought he was growing as a person, and again, I thought I could be a good example for him.
Okay, again, for a little context, this is after Shane Dawson's documentary on his first documentary on Jeffree Star, seeking to rehabilitate his horrible reputation. And for a while, Jeffree Star seemed to at least publicly be acting correctly and saying the right things. Whether doing them in real life, it appears not from what many other people are now coming out and saying, but he appeared to be trying to improve himself. And Jeffree Star is a huge player in the beauty YouTube community. He just is. He's enormous. So when Jeffree Star reaches out to her, and they start, and they start becoming friendly, cordial, and he appears like he wants to make changes in his life. And Tati's channel has generally been a pretty positive place. She tends to promote positivity, even with her, aesthetic, high production values life. Yes, she does seem to try to project positivity, a positive image and positive values. Again, and the thing, to be fair, while she did go a little Christian in the very beginning of the video, that's not something I've seen in her videos. The ones that I have seen, which admittedly is not a great many, but I haven't seen her be a Jesus and makeup channel. No, she's a makeup channel. And she seemed to leave any specifics or mentions of faith out of it, but if she is the type of person that holds faith seriously, then a lot of those people want to be helpful in a redemption arc. So if she's seeing the beginning of Jeffree Star's redemption arc, and he's a player and can help her, can be, it did not appear that to be tied to him could be a bad thing. but also, if she's seeing someone who appears to be on a redemption arc, when she says she wants to be a good example, it's not. I think that could have been phrased better. If I were her attorneys, I kind of would have cringed at that and would have said, okay, how can we rephrase that? Because I'm not crazy about that phrasing. But I get what she's saying. I see what she's saying. Whether one chooses to believe it or not is another issue. Jessica, how you doing, doll? Cindy Lou loves glam too. I'm partially wondering if this isn't to help James Charles out with getting out of his Morphe contract. Hence why the forgive people who Jeffree Star releases info on plea toward the end. Oh, interesting. And here's the thing with freaking Morphe, by the way, and I don't plan to buy any Morphe, possibly ever. I've been pretty disgusted with them for a long time, but I have to say, y'all, I really like the look of that Coca-Cola palette. I really like the colors in that, and I am a bit upset that I'm so disgusted with Morphe I'm not going to buy it because I want it. Okay, I've got a ballerina over there. My husband's trying to distract me. More. Yeah, so Jessica, you'll probably have to catch the first bit on replay just so you can understand where we're at. But Shadow Matrix is here. Hi. Just wanted to say hi. I tune in from time to time. Didn't know you were a lawyer. Yeah, I don't really talk about it much because that's not what my channel's about, and it's there's a whole thing, and I haven't been practicing law full time in quite some time. I've been doing other stuff for other reasons, but But yeah, I had to say it this time because of the approach I wanted to take with this video. So I do suggest, if you're not able to stay, but even if you are, definitely go back in and watch the replay, because there's a whole lot over the first hour and 45 minutes now that I think helps set up a lot of context. But even though I've been on for an hour and 45 minutes, we've had Tati on for 13 minutes and 45 seconds. Oh, okay. Shadow Matrix says she understands. Oh, you got your JD, but didn't sit for the bar. Smart. Very smart. And oh my God. Y'all. Yeah. Yeah. Well, hey, but good for you on the JD. Do you have a job where your JD helps, but you don't need a law, you don't need your law license? And are they hiring? My son will be is graduating soon, and we're getting to the point where I'll be able to move. Yeah, oh, you became disabled. Yeah, my husband was a practicing attorney for many years, and then he became disabled, so he's not practicing law, and he doesn't have a license anymore. But yeah, he practiced law for, gosh, I'm trying to think, 3, 2. Oh gosh, thinking a good 15 years or so. Oh, your specialty is IP. Yeah, I'm really interested in IP. I'm not eligible to take the patent bar. For those of you who aren't familiar with it, to do what's called patent prosecution, where you help inventors or companies protect their patents by prosecuting anyone in patent court. To protect their patent, you have to have a degree in a hard science. My degree is in public policy and history, so I am not eligible to sit for the patent bar. I don't have the scientific education necessary to be able to take it, but it's fascinating. But I could still do things like copyright, trademark. I'm actually discussing those with a potential client now, and I'm gonna say, they've already got some really exciting things going. I'm not going to talk about it until we've got things set, but it is very exciting. But of course, they're poor too, so you come into that. Where it's like they've got, yeah, so-called soft IP, exactly. Copyright, trademark, yeah. That sort of thing, which I'd actually hoped to go to Michigan and among visiting my family and all that, to actually meet with this client, because I've only done work for them remotely. And really get to sit down and go through the paperwork and kind of help with the business plan and all that, but it doesn't appear that the situation in Michigan is at a point where it's prudent for me to go. So oh gosh, that reminds me, I still have to tell her I'm not going to be coming this month, so that'll be a thing. But yeah, soft IP. Yeah. I mean, and the thing is I've actually done quite a few different practice areas of law over the years. I mean, yeah, Shadow Matrix, your mom is there. It's not great. Yeah, my whole, almost my entire family. Well, I would say my family of origin is there. My dad is there. My mom passed away a few years ago, but my dad is there. My sisters are there, my brother's there, with the exception of 2 kids who are grown and elsewhere. the young kids are still there. So, yeah, I'm missing them like crazy, actually. And I'd really hoped to, well, before the Rona hit, I'd hoped to go over spring break, but, that everything shut down like right before spring break for us here. So, I'm in New York. So then that was out of the water, and I've just been kind of keeping an eye and seeing, and I thought about going this month, but no. Thoughts and prayers if it's your thing. Thank you. I appreciate the thoughts. I said earlier, I'm an apathetic agnostic. I'll accept other people's prayers, but I'm not really so much one for it myself. I accept any good juju anybody wants to send. You want to sacrifice a chicken? Go for it. Okay, let's get back to Tati. This video is going to be 12 hours long.
I even tried to get him involved with my favorite charity. Diverting from script, P.S. I am going to be speaking on my real life more freely, I hope, in the future, and the things that I think are important.
Good. Good. People want more
I have
real.
participated in this charity.
Shit.
Hey loves, this is Vivian. Welcome to
Alright, Vivian, you're darling, but I'm not watching you now.
I even tried to get him involved with
Sounds
my
like a
favorite
good
charity.
sacrifice.
Diverting from script, P.S. I am going to be speaking on my real life more freely, I hope, in the future, and the things that I
Excuse me.
think are important. I have participated in this charity for years on end now, and I love their work, and I had it in my head that if I could pull Jeffrey somehow into like being a role model, or feeling like a role model, that could be really empowering to him. And when you empower someone to feel good about feeling.
Okay, I am just going to say something because a lot of people were criticizing her for having AdSense on the video. So, I've seen a clip, but I don't think we've seen it yet. But she did say that all of her AdSense is going toward this charity. So I think a lot of people were really harsh about the AdSense long before they got to a part where they would understand why that happened. Why she kept the AdSense on it. So, she I think she says it pretty soon.
Good.
But
it will help them change.
People have been really
if you just
freaking
tear
harsh.
someone down, no change. So I did try to get him involved with my favorite charity, Spirit Awakening Foundation, which helps at-risk kids that had found themselves in legal trouble but are trying to change their lives for the better. My intentions with Jeffrey were good, but I was a fool for thinking that I could ever help him become a better person. Which brings me back to another long overdue apology.
Okay, before we get this, before we get into this,
the moment that Jeffrey.
Damn it. Okay, before we get into that, I want to discuss something about Jeffree Star. Frida says she feels like Manny is the only one who really rehabbed his image and behavior. Yes, I agree. Which reminds me, Moonspell is still on my wanted list. Possibly Strawberry Dream too, but Moonspell I really want. I've been kind of keeping an eye on the Sephora website because I wanted to order it through Sephora in case I didn't like it and wanted to return it. But I've been hearing so many great things about Manny's formula. I think when I get a couple more extra coins, I may actually go to Lunar Beauty and order Moonspell. I've had my eye on it for such a long time, and I was just watching 90s Love Child declutter video, And, she pulled that out again. I looked at the colors again. It's been on the back of my mind for a while. I know it's not the newest thing, but I can't. My channel is so small. I don't have the ability to get the newest thing for review anyway. So I'm just going to get what I want and talk about it. But she brought it out, and she still talked about how good it was. And I looked at the colors. I'm like, yep, still like it, still want it. I think I'm probably gonna bite the bullet and get it. I'm not exactly sure when, because I'm due some money that hasn't hit yet. So I'm really hoping that that hits soon, so then I can actually make an order from Lunar Beauty, because I do actually want this freaking palette. And I've wanted it for some time. And yeah. I'm the type of person where, it's like a lot of times I'll let things percolate in the back of my mind before I want them, or sometimes I'll kind of like have sort of a nebulous idea of something I want, and then when I see it, I buy it. And it looks like, it may look like, oh, I made a sudden decision, but this has been kind of floating. Maybe not the exact item, but something like that, or that need, or that hole in my wardrobe, or whatever, has been kind of floating around in my head, and then I see the thing, and I'm like, yes. I'm normally not the type to make fast decisions, but if I make a decision that appears to be fast, it's because there's something tickling back in here. Now, originally, today, I was going to do a different kind of video, but this just exploded, and I'm like, I'm just going to talk about it, because for one thing, everybody else is, and yes, I want to follow the raid, and just so nobody gets it twisted, yes, I do. This video is monetized, and unlike Tati, who can donate her AdSense to charity, mine is going into my pocket. Right now, my charity is me. But I'm hoping at some point to get to the point where I can do something like that, because I can't right now.
The moment that Jeffrey went off on you, the day before my first video collab with him went live, I should have run for the hills. I was naive. I was excited about the video. I got it twisted that you had provoked Jeffrey because you were angry that I had filmed with someone who had a history of being labeled by others as a racist. Jackie, I'm sorry that I did not do the right thing and walk away from him then. I should have not been blind to the reasons behind the accusations of his racism. I shouldn't have defended him, and I regret any pain that I may have caused you.
Okay, I do have something to say here. I have seen a lot of Black YouTubers light into her about this, or say she didn't do enough, or she should have done something at the time. Yeah, she's admitting that. She's admitting she should have done better and earlier. She's admitting that. But I can only imagine their frustration. I mean, quite frankly, when I keep reading about all the things that Black Americans especially have to deal with, and I've been reading about this for years and years, but I can never fully understand it. I can't. And to be perfectly honest, it sounds like it must be like emotionally, psychologically, and psychically exhausting to deal with on a daily basis, between aggressions and microaggressions and neglect and people letting things pass. I can only imagine what you must be going through. The only perspective I can speak from is my own. What I will say from my own perspective is that, as a saltine American, as we white people navigate through the world, for the most part, we're mostly dealing with other white people. And I'm not saying that is any sort of conscious choice or anything. I'm just saying that's kind of how circles usually go. It's not always the case, and it's getting better, but it's still the case for a lot of people, and especially those of us who are a bit older. It just is. So the part where I think that while I can try to understand and empathize the frustration of these other Black YouTubers commenting on it and reading the riot act on Tati about this, I think that they are kind of, I wouldn't say missing something, but no, that's not the word I want. I think that most, even people who at least try to not be racist don't believe that they're racist. But I think some people would kind of be surprised sometimes how much, even well-meaning white people have to kind of put up with racism in other people to get by. I've seen some people say, well, why didn't you call out this? Why didn't you call out that? Why didn't you call out this? Like, okay, well, like the guy that my old landlord would send over to fix this, that, or the other thing. He dropped he would drop the N-word in conversation. I just got really uncomfortable, and it was like, and it's like, okay, do I cuss him out and kick him out of my house, or do I get my sink fixed? So I think, and I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's right. What I'm saying is, I think it's I think it is a reality that even well-meaning white people have had to kind of pick and choose their times to advocate for others. Frida says, as a woman, having confrontation with a man who has your house keys is risky. Exactly. And that's another thing that I think, like a lot of these other YouTubers I've watched, they have sort of a double burden of being both female and Black. I have the burden of being female and all the mental exhaustion that entails, which is a lot already. The mental exhaustion, the fear, the trying to pick your battles. Yes, thank you, Stephen Porn, choosing which hill to die on. So then if you throw in, so then sometimes, whether it's for career advantage or not even advantage, but just to get by, or just dealing in regular life, sometimes a lot of us bite our tongue. Emotional labor, thank you, emotional labor, yes. We already, white women have plenty of emotional labor. I'm sure Black women have a great deal more. Standing Porn says, if you call it out, you're attacked as well and nothing is gained. Yeah, we're not going to change anybody's mind. I mean, even just as a woman, I've had to let so many things slide as a woman that directly affect me and, insult me, hurt my feelings, whatever. And I have to just gloss it over and pretend it doesn't even affect me because it's not safe either emotionally, professionally, socially, or in actuality, physically, to call it out. And I think that is something that, and I understand that they're frustrated. I understand that they wish that Tati had gone much further on advocating for Jackie Aina, but coming from the perspective as an older white woman, and I'm older than Tati, I've probably got a good 10 years on her. I understand why she did it. I can understand why it wouldn't seem like a good idea to do it. Not saying it's right. And again, as told by Kenya, I think is probably the black YouTuber I've seen be the most fair on this. You know, she still calls her out. She still says it wasn't right, and it's not. But I think she's been more fair than many others that I've seen. And you know, like I said, this is another thing where I would be worried if, you know, if Tati were bringing in action, and some of these people I've seen were in the jury pool, I would be worried. I would not want them on the jury because seeing their perspective, you know, while on an intellectual level I can understand it, it's also not helpful for what we're doing now. You know, not helpful for what we're doing now. Certainly important to point it out and push for improvement. Absolutely. I'm sure I can improve. I'm sure many of us can improve. I try to improve. I keep reading and trying to learn and trying to understand, and this is just a personal project. I read about everything at some point or another. Oh, right, I was going to talk about Jeffree Star, and I forgot. Yeah, you know what? I was trying to decide whether I was going to do it now or wait for another break. Stampin' Porn says, yeah, you laugh off sexist stuff or you get labeled and become unemployed. Oh my God. My husband, you know, my husband did not believe that the legal profession is as misogynistic as it is in this day and age. He actually had the prosecutor come to him, this was when we were working together, and say, hey, you need to get your wife in line. Never mind that I was doing the exact same thing that he was, which was trying to protect the legal rights and the legal process for people who were accused of crimes. That I was a defense attorney. That was my job. I worked with my husband. Instant rage. Yeah. Exactly, weird collar guy. Heterosexist and ableist crap as well. Exactly. You know, all we can do is continue to listen to other people and try to learn and try to improve. But we're not at a point where it's safe to call out everything we see, or to cut off everyone that doesn't behave properly. It's just not realistic. It's just not. And I think that perhaps some of these commentators of color don't understand that, you know, don't fully understand. The word I like to use is grok, but if you haven't read Stranger in a Strange Land, you're probably not going to understand it. But to fully comprehend that, you know, even if one is in, you know, just because one appears to be in a position where they can advocate for others, you know what? We can't always. And sometimes it is about protecting our bag. Yeah. What's the point of becoming unemployed and unemployable to call out, you know, the assholes doing asshole things? You know, in the end, what does that get me? It gets me poor. Cindy Lou Loves Glam too says the Gen Z folks also don't understand because they haven't fully hit the workforce yet or climbed high enough on the ladder. I figured. I gotcha. She had a typo. Yeah, exactly. And I'm more confrontational than a great many, similarly situated people like me, that would otherwise be like me. I'm much more confrontational. I'm the kid. Okay, for example, Frida was the one who would basically tell my parents what they wanted to hear, and then she would do her own thing. I would butt heads with them instead, and either argue why I should be able to do this thing, or whether I did such and such wasn't any of their damn business. Yeah, no, that was me. I was the confrontational one. She avoided the confrontation and just did whatever behind her backside. I wasn't like that. And that's just part of a personality difference. Yeah. Frida says she's low conflict, high autonomy. I am high autonomy and high truthfulness. High honor, high... I don't know. I don't fucking know. I'm not as into psychological labeling things as Frida is. Stammen Porn says, always my mouth that would get me in trouble. Yep, me too. Cindy Lou says, me too. I get labeled as aggressive. I think that's changed a little more. Yeah, exactly. And again, I took enormous professional hits for doing the same thing that my husband did. He was respected and even feared. I needed to be brought into line. And yet, some of these younger commentators, expect me to be able to drag everything to filth. I can't do it. Let's see. Shadow Matrix says she always wished she was more assertive. Frida says, haha, I love that you're trying not to drag me. No, I'm not trying to drag you. That's not the point I'm making. The point is that we all have different styles. And my style has resulted in a lot of pain and disadvantage and a lot of other penalties that I don't wish to discuss now. God damn it, we're supposed to let Tati cry, not me. Oh, okay, another point. A lot of people, oh yeah, Tati bringing out the waterworks, tearing up, blah, 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 like it's somehow manipulative. Bullshit. I don't believe that at all. And I find the people that say that is incredibly cruel. I think it is when you have to think back to discuss something that was very difficult or very traumatic even, that anyone would tear up, whether it's in sadness, frustration, anger. I cry when I'm angry. The more furious I am, the tears start rolling. Yeah, Stampin' Ward says, learning when to keep my mouth shut has been a huge maturity thing for me. Yeah, but it's not even just about maturity. Frida says, I cry all the time. I think people who don't are sus. And I hate crying. And I hate showing weakness. I hate showing vulnerability. Okay, let's get back to Tati. I'll discuss my thoughts on Jeffree Star a little later when she talks more about him, I think. Okay, let's get back to this.
And for the record, loud and clear, I've always liked you, and I've always enjoyed you every interaction that we've had face to face. And I let you down. And I am so genuinely sorry for that. In 2018, I saw from the sidelines what happened in Dramageddon 1 with Manny, Laura, Gabriel, and Nikita. That should have been to me some big red flag of what happens when Jeffree is unhappy with someone. But for some twisted sense of civic duty, I thought it was my responsibility to stay in Jeffree's life and try to help him become a better person. When Shane Dawson's first series with Jeffree happened, from all outside appearances, it looked like Jeffree was actually changing for the better. He He was accepting responsibility for things that had happened in his past, and he was pledging to be a better person. I believed him again. During those first 2 years of knowing Jeffrey, it's important to note.
Okay, before we move on, when we're talking about Jackie Ina, with Jackie Ina, and this is one thing where I think Kenya didn't quite have the complete picture, because one thing that Jackie Ina did that to me was so serious that I actually did not buy the ABH Jackie Ina palette, even though it was pretty and I wanted it, but I didn't buy it. Why not? Because of what Jackie Ina did to Petty Page. I didn't care about Petty Page. That's not the issue. But the issue is Petty Page, for those who don't know, is a Black British YouTuber. She was a drama channel. I think she switched her content now. But Jackie Ina publicly accused Petty Page of hacking, I think it was $1,300 or like $1,300 or so out of her account. What we're talking about here is a public accusation of international wire fraud. This is a serious accusation. There's never been any public apology that I've learned of. Likely because likely, even if Jackie wanted to, I bet her lawyers probably told her not to, because wow, that's a lot. And you know, being held culpable for something like that is an enormous deal. So that is what kept me from buying the Jackie Ina palette. I mean, I don't really watch her anyway. I've watched a couple of videos, but she's not my style. It's like, you know, her whole Jackie. It's not my taste. I know lots of people like her. Not for me. You know, I might give her another chance at some point. I don't know, but you know, I still find her public accusations of an actual crime very serious. You know, especially as an attorney, I find that incredibly serious. And so I haven't been able to get behind Jackie Ina, but and this is the part where I think that Kenya has it wrong. I think that at least for me, and I can imagine for a great many people, backing off Jackie Ina because of that alone makes perfect sense. So, especially if you're looking at a time where, okay, Jackie's publicly accused another YouTuber of a crime, and then she's hearing other things too. And yeah, okay, Jeffrey's being an ass about it. But again, I think we've already discussed why one might gloss that over, even though it's not right. But it's the reality we live in. And just kind of get on with her life and not really deal with it. So I do appreciate that that she's apologizing to Jackie. I understand why many of the videos I've seen didn't feel like Tati did enough, but I think some people are either I think they're downplaying the seriousness of Jackie Ina's own actions. Like I said, they were bad enough for me to not buy something that I wanted. And I'm not the type that cancels everybody for everything. Generally, something has to be pretty serious for me to, and I'm still kind of figuring out my own standards on cancellation. Like, I haven't canceled Too-Faced, even though, they had that tacky ass cake that said all lives matter. And and they gave Mickey Tutorials a rotten deal and a rotten deal. It's like, you know what? That's not enough for me. It's not enough for me to cancel that. I need more. Okay, let's go back to Tati.
That we did not actually spend much time together. I was invited a few times to go to his home, but I usually declined. On the 2 occasions that I did go to his home, I did not stay long because I don't smoke marijuana and I just don't like to be around it.
Thank you.
Likewise, he came to my home on a few...
Sorry, I'm being corrected here. Stampin' Porn said the cake said Rich Lives Matter. Thank you. Did I say that wrong? I probably did, didn't I? I don't know. Well, it's not like I'm going to try to replay it. I'll bet I said it wrong. I know the cake said Rich Lives Matter. If I misspoke, I apologize. Let me go back into the comments before we move on. Let's see. Frida says, I cry all the time. I think people who don't are sus. Weird Color Guy said, there's a level of cynicism about showing emotions considering just how often they've been faked to manipulate. Yeah, there is. There is. Oh my God, Laura Lee. Oh, you know what? I mean, her fake ass crying. No, but I think people with more discernment can have. If you really look, you can tell. Even if you don't see tears necessarily, it doesn't mean that someone's not really upset. We're like, oh, we don't see tears. It's like you don't have to have them pouring down your face to be crying. And from what I see in my, given my age and experience, Tati's upset and tears, crying or near crying, seem genuine to me. Standard Porn says, I used to make fun of my mom for crying about stuff. Now I'm the emotional basket case who cries over everything. Shadow Matrix says, my kids do that to me too. Oh, I said all lives matter instead of, yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah, you're right. And all lives matter's pretty bad too. Don't even get me started on that. We'll be here sitting here for a week. All right, let's go back to Tati.
Few occasions, and he also did not stay long. So the vast majority of our relationship was primarily by FaceTime, telephone, or texts. Sometimes weeks or months would go by without hearing anything from him, but I always heard from him when he was involved in drama or when he had a new launch about to happen. Though I recognized this pattern, any suspicion that I had of being used was clouded by the hope that he actually cared for me and that I was a positive influence in his life. As a result, I usually would take his snarky statements about others with a grain of salt. One thing that he did that did concern me a lot was how he would frequently comment about how much dirt he held on other brand owners and members of our YouTube community. I believe that he actually held blackmail material on many people and was capable of destroying the entire community. This worried me about him, and I stayed and I tried my best to be a positive influence. My opinion, he's gonna go off, guys, and I don't think anyone, I don't think he will hold back, and I think we need to be prepared.
Okay. So, a lot of people had a lot of comments about this too. They had a lot of comments that, well, why would she continue to hang around him? Why would she think she could be a positive influence if she's, has some sort of savior complex? And here's the thing. I am not in any position to diagnose anybody. I'm saying this flat out. I am not in any position to diagnose anybody, but I believe that Jeffree Star is a sociopath or psychopath. My opinion, my conspiracy, allegedly. I dare you to sue me. Do it. I can write my own pleadings. Okay. So here is why I think this. Now, I've been watching Psychology in Seattle, and apparently sociopathy is not a diagnosis. Those behaviors would seem to fall under psychopathy or psychopathy. I think it's psychopathy. Okay. But the reason why, in my opinion, Jeffree Star is a sociopath comes from my own research over a great deal of time. Because when you have someone that does not actually feel the same emotions that most people do, and from some statistics I've read, it's a small but significant portion of the population that just don't have the same set of emotions and checks that most people do. They can do things like this. They can use people's weaknesses against them, and it's a sport to them. At one point, oh gosh, I think this was when I was still practicing law full time. Oh, and on downtimes in my office, I actually, over the course of some days, I read the entirety of a website and discussion boards for sociopaths. It was for them. It was their discussions, them discussing their experiences, and and how they learn to mimic emotion, mimic certain behaviors that for most of us are tied in with actual feelings, but for them it's just like they learn to mimic to get by in society, to fit in, to not be obvious. But so some other things that I've seen about Jeffree Star over the years that kind of make me think he might be a sociopath, which I understand is perhaps not an actual clinical diagnosis, but I've seen this kind of, actually, you know what, I really saw this with Rich Lux, I saw this with Shane Dawson. Like, it seems like when he begins a friendship with someone, he's very love bombing. Like you've got his attention, you've got his you've got his regard. He's kind of, he's checking in with you, he's talking with you, he's buying you like expensive ass gifts. It is love bombing that I see, and love bombing is also a beginning stage of many abusive relationships. A lot of relationships that become either psychologically or even physically abusive. Speaking from experience here, yeah, my neck's still fucked up from that one. Ugh. Yeah, and that's from cold hard experience, and then of course further study. So what I see a lot of in patterns, and admittedly, it's on social media, I'm only seeing so much, but you do tend to see a lot of love bombing, and then as long as there is something that as long as he seems to have a purpose for you, you're cool. But if he's either done with his purpose for you, or you see through him and are done with him, then he goes off. So when she says he's gonna go off, a lot of people are like, oh, she's just blowing things up and being dramatic. I don't think so. I think he's gonna come out, but both hands swinging, metaphorically. Okay, so let's see. Stampin' Porn says, love how Tati basically calling Jeffrey a pothead. Yeah, and and here's another criticism I've seen from some people. Oh, well, she says they were friends, but she didn't hang out at his house. He didn't hang out at her house a lot. It's like, you know what? You can be friends without hanging out at each other's houses. You can be friends through calls and texts and meeting up places. Yeah, she doesn't want to hang out at his house because he's a pothead. He doesn't come over to her house a lot probably because she doesn't want her house to smell like pot. For me, I'm allergic to most household pets. Cats, dogs, birds, pretty much anything except reptiles. So in many respects, it's made it harder for me to be able to spend time, just with friends at home, hanging out. Even with family members. Like, for instance, my bestie, we've been tight for over 10 years, but she recently adopted a pair of dogs that I'm allergic to. But I'm one of those people, and a lot of it is, with me and my friends, we go me and some of my friends, we go shopping together, we go kayaking together, we go to restaurants, we go to bars, we'll do karaoke night, we go hiking together, all kinds of, play disc golf together, do anything outside of our homes, because I can't go to their house, and I don't necessarily want their animal covered clothes all over my furniture either. Not because I don't love them, but because I'll itch and my face will explode. So obviously, her not wanting to be around pot skunk isn't quite the same thing, but I get it. And I think a lot of people fail to recognize, because they don't have these, they don't have these issues. They don't have these allergies. They don't necessarily understand the idea of conducting an entire friendship not hanging out at home together. Let's see, as far as the love bombing stuff, yeah, Shadow Matrix, sometimes people can be too close to a situation to see what's really going on, even without manipulation as well. Exactly. And oddly enough, and I'm going to try to not cry here, I was in a terrible relationship at one point. And at that time, I was also finishing law school. My internship was actually at the prosecutor's office. And so what really kind of snapped me out of it, oddly enough, was, they have these, they have just different things pinned on their bulletin board, their cork board, and one of them was the circle of domestic violence, and it goes with love bombing, and all through these steps, things are great, and then they get a little weird, and then they get really bad, and then they're all then they're apologetic and love bombing again, and it's a circle and circle and circle. And I looked at it and I'm like, holy shit, that's my life. That is my life. I don't want this. And I bailed. But, sometimes it really, you really need something to take you out of the situation so that you can really take an objective look at it. So a lot of people are ragging on her about how, she didn't, see this sooner, smell it sooner. I think people just really don't understand the complex emotional state that people that people have and that people get into, and you and when you're too close to something, sometimes it's really hard to step out of it enough to realize that what's happening is wrong. Cindy Lou says that people like sociopaths, I think she means, usually come from a place of childhood trauma, which Jeffree Star did, and that's entirely possible. Yeah, narcissistic behavior, certainly. Stanford Born says, my house would be off limits for you. Have cats, dog, and a bird. Oh my god. My face is exploding just thinking about it. Shadow Matrix says, me too. I have a cat. I just found out I'm allergic to everything too, but only 3/5 on the test, and he's our family, so we're stuck with him. Yep. Just Teresa. Hi. How you doing? Hey, everybody. Oh, it's been a while. People have come in and out, so do check out each other's channels, and let's get back into what Tati's saying here.
To understand that we need to forgive the people that he is holding hostage with veiled threats of exposure. We need to be prepared to forgive them. Otherwise, this won't stop. So prepare to not cancel everyone and give them a chance. It's not right. It is not right to try to trap people into saying things that they wouldn't otherwise say. It's not right.
Okay, so not from Tati's video, but I have seen some allegations that Jeffree Star would do something like, he would be with somebody and then he would essentially, start using some really racist terms and kind of try to manipulate the conversations that he could get the target, I'll call them the target, to say something that he could use against them. Yeah, it's unfortunate, and again, it's incredibly manipulative. I wouldn't put it past him, just kind of given what I've seen about his personality over the years. Weird Color Guy says we have to be very careful with dealing with personality disorders. Exactly. I mean, there's so much there. There's so much there, but unfortunately, people with personality disorders can wreak a enormous amount of havoc on the rest of us. They can. And I know, and another thing that a lot of people have been criticizing Tati for, some of them feel like she is preemptively trying to get forgiveness for something she may have said or done before. And maybe that's the case. Maybe it is. Maybe somehow she said something inadvisable, let's put it that way, and perhaps other people have said other things that are inadvisable at best too. But then you've got but at a certain point it's kind of like, okay, well, number one, is it more important what a person thinks and feels on the inside, or is it how they conduct themselves in public and how they treat other people? I mean, quite frankly, and I know this may be an unpopular opinion, I honestly, it's not that I don't care, but I do, because I do, but I would say that there's only so much I want to be diving into the deep, dark heart of humanity. Someone may think sexist, racist, ableist, anti-gay things, whatever. Someone having their own thoughts is one thing, even if I consider them abhorrent. But what it comes down to is how you present yourself in public, and more importantly, how you treat other people. And yeah, I mean, obviously we want to win over hearts and minds, but we can't do that by putting the heart and mind under a microscope. What we can do is put behavior under a microscope. And actually, what this reminds me of is actually, oddly enough, Queen Elizabeth's initial strategy for dealing with the English Catholics. I mean, the Catholic Church considered her illegitimate and a usurper, but as the Protestant queen, the English Protestant Church was the official Church of England. Actually, that's what it was called. It was the Church of England. Okay, so Elizabeth I is famous for saying that she doesn't seek to, she doesn't seek to delve into the hearts, or to examine the hearts of her people. It's a great quote, but I'm screwing it up, so I'm not even gonna start. But her point, I'll just go into her point. Her point is that it wasn't so important to her what they believed themselves. Like if they in their hearts were Catholic, that wasn't her concern. Her concern was conformity, their public behavior. So, you can believe what you want in your heart, but publicly you needed to conform with what was expected. And what was expected at that time was to attend the Church of England every Sunday and do, whatever it was that they had you do. But the idea was that eventually, and the plan through that was through conformity, then over the course of a few generations, the conformity would become belief. That was a long-term strategy rather than starting yet another Catholic war. Because remember, she had just come after the reign of her sister, Bloody Mary, who tried to return the Protestant England back to Catholicism. I don't know, 200 or 300 people Catholics were burned, and she was trying to bring England back to the Catholic Church by force. Elizabeth saw that strategy, such as it was, only made her hated and was ineffective. And so Elizabeth's strategy is like, whatever's going on in here, that's fine. But you will conform to the outer appearance of the Church of England. Okay, so let me go back into the chat a little bit. Frida says, in-person friendships are so 20th century. Sam Porn says, there are no perfect humans. We've all said or done crap that we're not proud of, and we're fortunate not to be under a public microscope. Yeah, exactly. And sometimes I've thought or said something, and then I've kind of almost said to myself, maybe minutes or hours or maybe even a couple of days later, I'm like, okay, wait a minute. I don't think, while I don't understand what this person is complaining about, let's see if they have a point. Are they completely talking out of their ass, or is there something I'm not understanding here? And then I go through and I try to figure out what's going on. Pharisee rules. Yeah. Frida says, it's basically retrain your brain point of view. From a neuroscience perspective, it would be effective. Actions train thoughts. Thank you, Weird Color Guy. Yes, that's the quote I needed. We will not build windows into men's souls. Yes. The outer conformity was enough. Until we started getting too many Catholic plots, and then, Cecil and Walsingham, so, well, I'm not going to get into all of that. Let's get back to Tati, shall we? We are 1933 into a 40-minute video. Okay. This should be fine.
I was blind. I was so blind.
This is the part where she's kicking her own ass.
And I don't want any part of it anymore. None. None.
Stop trying to kill me.
Back in 2019, Jeffrey started talking a lot more crap about James Charles than usual. It seemed that doing so had become his biggest obsession. It started with him telling me right before filming our collab together for James Charles's channel that James Charles actually didn't want me there, that he had wanted Nikki tutorials instead, that said he'd had my back.
Dick.
Things further escalated at my birthday. Every time James Charles's back was turned, Jeffrey would tell me that James Charles was out of control. He even texted and called me the following morning to apologize for James Charles's behavior at my birthday dinner and how embarrassed he was for me.
Stoking
I
those
initially
flames.
dismissed it as jealousy because James Charles's career was on a rocket ship at the time. But as the weeks went by, every time I saw or spoke with Jeffrey, it seemed to me that James was all he wanted to talk about. I even met with Jeffrey in his Killer Merch offices in March to discuss Jeffrey developing and managing my merch. And as we were touring his warehouse that was filled with Sisters apparel, it seemed that all he could do was speak poorly of James Charles. Over the next few weeks, Jeffrey began talking to me about how Shane Dawson was a big fan of mine and wanted to meet me, and how I should be involved in their docuseries. Eventually, Shane reached out to me by text and started DMing me on Instagram. Shane said I was the queen of makeup reviews on YouTube,
A
that I
little
was
more
his
love bombing,
favorite
maybe?
beauty channel.
Or is he just
wanted
being
me
nice?
to teach him all about makeup. I didn't know much about Shane Dawson. I knew that he was viewed as the king of YouTube, and he had done amazing series with Bunny, and I hadn't watched much of anything else other than Jake Paul series, and of course the series with Jeffrey. In all honesty, I was looking forward to meeting Shane. I had actually hoped he would want to help me tell my personal story one day about all the pain and heartbreak in my life that led me to wanting to start my own YouTube channel back.
Okay, now, from the clips that we've seen come out recently about Shane Dawson's old videos before he started pretending he was a documentarian, he's a shit documentarian. But, where was I? Right. But we can kind of, and we can certainly see that in this case, Tati definitely failed to do her due diligence. She really should have gone back and learned more about his channels and more what he was about. Okay, but she was going off of his current image rather than digging deep into his past and saying how bad it really was. Now this is the part where I have to take a bathroom break, so I am going to mute it for a silent stream. You guys talk amongst yourselves, and I'll be right back. boom, bam, boom. Okay, let's see where we are. Silent stream ping. Yep, that's what it is. All right, Dad. Oh, let's see. Weird color guy also notes the subtext of "We will not build windows into men's souls" is also stop trying to kill me. Salmon Porn says Tati seems like she tries to be a decent person. That's my thought too. I mean, and I've watched some of her videos, and they're okay. Are they the main sort of thing I really enjoy? No, but they're all right. And while she doesn't seem like the sort of person who I would necessarily be super tight with, just because I doubt we're each other's kind of person. But I could be wrong, because my bestie is like so, such a ray of sunshine compared to me. But she seems to be trying to do the right thing. Okay, let's see. Word color guy says, my neighbors are preparing for the annual war against the next county over. Okay. Well, I'm going to get back into Tati because I don't have time to delve into that now.
2010. I wish I had researched him better. I wish I had watched his old videos. I wish I had educated myself and I was aware of his earlier content. All I knew at the time was that Shane Dawson was the most adored documentary filmmaker on YouTube. So I invited him over to my home to play with makeup and to get to know him. Shane came over one afternoon in April and I opened up and shared things that I've only shared with my closest of friends. I shared that I had been the victim of sexual assault.
It's what, 1 in 4 or 1 of 3? I have. It's nothing. Yeah. Some people are like, oh, well, why would you tell somebody, you just met something so personal? It's like, dude, this is not uncommon. It's not like you're saying something like, oh, I cut my own foot off because I was bored. It's, it's something that's incredibly common. Traumatic, and it informs your perspective on everything forever. But especially if you're talking to someone who's a who claims to be a documentarian, who has pretensions to being a documentarian, there's some talk that you may be included. And it's some people are acting like this is such an extraordinary thing to tell someone that you're just getting to know, but it's not really. Let's see, Frida says, at the best dinner of my life, 3 of 4 at the table shared their sexual abuse history. Yeah, it's incredibly common. And so many people are making it sound like it is so unusual to tell somebody who, yes, you're getting to know, but it's not like she's just getting to know him, as a friendly acquaintance. They're talking, she's talking to someone who has pretensions to be a documentarian. Maybe perhaps she's telling him this because she thinks that perhaps there can be an angle in a documentary that could possibly help victims of sexual abuse. I know a lot of people like boot these words out, but you know what? Trauma, whatever you want to call it. Oh, Frida says it was their first meeting prior to a workshop weekend. I mean, yeah, people are people, and they want to talk about things. They want to discuss their experiences and their perspectives, and a lot. And most of the people, not all, but most of the people that seem to have thoughts that this is such an incredible thing to bring up in a conversation are younger. Whether or not they're in statistic, I don't know. I can't judge that, but even if they are, when you're younger, a lot of times you're embarrassed, you're ashamed, you don't want to talk about it. Once you've got some time and some years behind it, it's actually more cathartic to discuss it, and it feels better to discuss it. Oh gosh, for a long time I didn't want to talk about it. Oh God, no. And I actually found it embarrassing. But no. EMDR, our therapy is the shiznit, by the way. It really is. It's amazing. Gypsy's here. Hi, girl. Gypsy says it's cathartic for some people to talk about their trauma. And the art of psych is learning to listen. Exactly. Frida says the more pain you share, the more you realize it's shared. Yeah. And I've, my nature for a long time has sort of been, stiff upper lip, not really talking about a lot that deeply affects me, except to my very close friends. Cindy Lou points out something very important, which is that's the other thing about narcissists. They're able to make you feel enough at ease, even with the first meeting, to divulge private personal info. Exactly. There's a charm there that they're able to harness and weaponize, whether it's narcissists, psychopaths, sociopaths. People are able to develop and weaponize charm. Okay, let's get back into Tati here.
I spoke about my faith and told him how deeply I feel for others. He shared with me that he was an empath and that he could feel all of my pain. He pledged his unending friendship and loyalty to me forever in this life and in the next one. He told me that God had called me to be a beacon of light for the world so that it could be a better place.
Boy.
He also shared that Jeffrey had wanted me to have a small role in their docu-series. But the entire series was quickly changing because there was something horrible happening in our community with James Charles. He said that James Charles was a monster with many victims. Yes, I knew that Shane was friends with Jeffrey and that they were working together, but I thought to myself, why would Shane Dawson, the king of truth on YouTube, be turning against James Charles unless these things he was saying were true? Why would Shane...
Okay. Let's see. Gypsy says 90% of her residential adolescent patients were severely sexually abused. Oh dear. And I don't know how to bleep these out. I know a lot of people in their videos, they bleep them out because they're afraid of the bots, but if I get hit by the bots, I'll just appeal. Stampin' Porn says there's a charm in their ability to get you to open up, but they will never share anything embarrassing about themselves. Yeah, she shares something very hurtful and what a lot of people would consider extremely personal. He says he's an empath. Puke. Sorry. Okay, I know that's not me looking at it professionally. That's just my own take. That's not professional. But, even professionals have feelings. Okay, but from a professional perspective, this is so common. So common. Especially you see it a lot in cases where people eventually get scammed. They develop some sort of beginnings of friendship, and one person has the charm and ruthlessness to be able to extract personal information out of someone and to make them feel like they can, they either are or can be valuable, and then they weaponize it. This is extremely common in the, what would I say, the criminal community. And I'm not saying that Shane Dawson is a criminal, but I'm saying there are some striking similarities. Okay. Oh, so I think somebody said something. Okay. Davenport said, there's a charm in their ability to get you to open up, but they will never share anything embarrassing about themselves. Or did I already read that one? Shadow Matrix says the IG video disproved that, I think. Actually, I don't. And we're going to... Well, actually, it did, but I think I think that was much more strategic than it really than it might appear to be. Less jaundiced style, let's say. Okay, let's go on.
And sit in my home and spend so many hours telling me these horrific allegations if they were not true. Shane said that James Charles was a monster and that James Charles was hurting minors. Shane said he was planning to interview victims for the docu-series. He told me that something needed to be done to stop him from hurting more people. Over the course of the next few weeks, he and Jeffrey fed me so much information that I felt sick. Almost every day, there was more information and new allegations. Eventually, I started believing what they were saying because they said they had evidence. By the time the drama around James Charles's promotion of Sugar Bear Hair reached its peak, I was beyond gaslit. Shane Dawson didn't just know about my Bye Sister video. He offered to help edit it. He even offered to design the thumbnail and help title it. I declined his...
Okay. Couple things to unpack here, as the internet kids say. Yeah, Shadow Matrix, they are serious allegations. So for those of you that were here more toward the beginning, remember what I said. She'd been observing a pattern of behavior that concerned her with James Charles and his conduct toward other young men. She'd objectively observed behavior that was concerning, and some of it was personally embarrassing to her. So we've got that. Then we've got Shane and Jeffrey in her ear, and I'm just illustrating her narrative. We've got Shane and Jeffrey in her ear telling her, there's more that you don't know about, and we're investigating this, and we've got some, Shane says, I'm investigating this for the documentary. I've got some proof. This is going to be in the documentary. So we've already got that. Then we've got that. Then he accepts the Sugar Bear Hair sponsorship, which again is in direct competition with her vitamin brand. Okay, so then you have a perfect storm. And that's when Tati dropped Bye Sister. And, the fact that a lot of people I've seen reacting to this video are not following the narrative and instead are looking for other things that they feel like she should be saying or doing in the video rather than what's actually there and the narrative that she's giving. That is why I don't trust juries. There's a lot of that. Just like no matter how many times a judge will tell a jury, you cannot hold a defendant's silence against them in trial. If the defendant chooses not to testify, you can make no inference from that. But you know what? A large percentage of the time, if the defendant does not testify, they get convicted. The jury wants to hear from them, and no matter how inadvisable the defense attorney thinks it is for the case for whatever reason, maybe concern for perception or whatever, but while the legal standard is that the defendant's failure to testify at trial is not to have any weight on a verdict, but in reality, it inevitably does. And that is incredibly frustrating. That people are more concerned with what they think, feel, and want to see than what is actually being presented and what the standards are. Oh, good point. Shadow Matrix says, I know, right? I keep seeing this situation referred to as drama or tea, and I wouldn't want a jury that thought of those types of allegations that way. Damn straight. Okay, let's get back to the Tati. I think she said something else I was going to remark on, but then I forgot what it was, so let's just get back to it. Hopefully I'll remember. No, stop!
His offer, but his gesture supported and reinforced for me that he was telling the truth.
Now I remember.
Why else would...
Now I remember. See, you also see how Shane attempted to control the narrative to the point where he wanted to edit her video and design the thumbnail. Do you know how much power there is in editing and a thumbnail? That can bring so much prejudgment before you even get into the video. Yeah, and I am thoroughly convinced that offer was not to be kind or to help her out. Why do I think this? Because it's pretty obvious. Why would he offer to edit her video and do her thumbnail when she's been doing, it's not like she's some newbie that needs some help. She's been doing this for years. She can probably do it in her dang sleep. But he wanted to be allowed to do that so that he could further direct the narrative. And I don't have any reason to believe that his motivation was anything else. I just don't. It doesn't pass the smell test as an attorney. It doesn't pass the smell test. And that is the argument that I would be making if I were her attorney at her civil trial.
He jeopardized his career. So surely Jeffrey was telling the truth too. Keep in mind that up until this point, I didn't even know I was making a video.
Sweet
so
summer
how is it that
child.
so many editorial outlets knew that something was coming before I had even made a decision to film? I struggled with the decision to film my video for days. The night before I did film, Jeffrey sent me what he claimed was an audio file from an alleged victim and told me to listen to the pain in their voice. The audio was clearly a small portion of a larger conversation. It wasn't enough for me to contact the authorities. It was enough to scare me.
Okay, I gotta stop this here. Because another troubling thing I saw in a reaction video or a commentary video about this is that, well, doesn't Tati realize that people can actually, fake those files? There are technical ways to say things and make them sound like somebody else's voice. Do you really think she was thinking about deep fakes at this point? What they have done is weaponized her own history and trauma against her. What I'm saying is, sorry, I'm trying not to just argue on her behalf, but that criticism was so unrealistic. That criticism is so unrealistic because most people aren't thinking, oh, okay, well, I should somehow find out if this horrifying audio clip is actually genuine. That someone that I have come to trust and has seemed to be a trustworthy person here on the platform. Are you really going to be? Is your first thought really going to be, oh my God, is this some kind of deep fake? No, not for any normal any normal, woman in her 30s or 40s. Exactly, Rose. She was triggered because of her history. Exactly. She's already got concerns about his behavior. She's hearing, she's got little, words in her ears saying that he's been doing worse, and then just to really bring it home, they sent her a clip that may or may not be fake, that may or may not be true, that that would make someone with her history, or pretty much any decent person, think, oh my God, who is this person that I've had so close to me in my life? Who is this person that I've aligned myself with, both personally and professionally? Who is this? I can absolutely, yeah. And the fact that the first thing that some of these people were thinking was, oh, it's a deep fake. I mean, that's not the words they used, but the language they used. I mean, the shorthand is deep fake. So, okay, let's do this.
As a victim of abuse myself, I know how terrifying it is to think of facing public humiliation and legal proceedings. It wasn't my place to contact authorities. It was not my place to contact authorities or the alleged victim. And I made no mention of it in my video.
Good. It wasn't your place.
The night before posting my video, Bye Sister.
Okay, and let's unpack that for a minute. Because there are also criticisms of this. Oh my God. So I've seen criticisms that, well, if she really thought that this, if she really thought this and received this statement, shouldn't she have called the police? No. Well, number one, she's under no legal duty to do so. The only people that are under a legal duty to do so are what we call mandated reporters, which are usually medical professionals, teachers, daycare providers, child care providers, that sort of thing. Social workers. Where and I am a mandated reporter, not as an attorney, but in my work both through the public school system and in the children's programs that I work with. If there's something that comes across my bow that's sus like that, I have to contact the authorities. But just the regular person on the street has absolutely no legal duty to do anything. Another issue that we have, especially as Gypsy's mandated, I'm mandated. But also, and as a survivor, Tati knows perfectly well. Yeah, exactly. Clergy. Word collar guy. Clergy are mandated reporters. Shadow Matrix has been a mandated reporter. But also, if this, a lot of times, people who have been through these experiences feel a great deal of embarrassment and shame, and they don't really want anybody to know except possibly their closest friends. They may not be ready to talk about it. They may not want to undergo dealing with the reporting process. So her actions were absolutely correct here. A lot of people would say, well, if you heard about something, you should have called the police. No, it is not her place. It is absolutely not her place. Frida says, as a middle-aged white woman, I'm mandated to be a busybody. Me too. Let's see. Frida says, Tati doesn't come across as a very cynical person. She would likely take things at face value. Yeah. Exactly. Karen vibes. Oh, if we can harness the forces of Karen for good instead of for annoyance or evil. Okay, here we go.
I texted Shane sharing my concerns for James Charles, that he was out of the country on a high floor of a hotel and I was afraid for him hurting himself. Shane texted me back and said that I should not be nervous about the 50th floor, that James Charles was a narcissist and that he would never do that. The day the video went up, Shane requested to come over to my home and film and document what was happening. I declined. After a few days of Jeffrey fanning the flames on Twitter, no victims appeared as they had stated would happen, and no evidence came forward as they stated would happen. The last time I spoke with either Jeffrey or Shane on the phone was the night before Jeffrey's "Never Doing This Again" video. Shortly.
Okay, let's talk about that. Okay. So what I'm saying through my take, and this is just my take as a person, but with my background and experience and all that. So we see further attempts to control her narrative, further attempts to get close to her so that they can somehow either provoke or catch her saying something problematic, something negative, something they can use somehow. The fact that Jeffrey said no, he's not going to jump from the 50th floor because he's a narcissist. Oh my God. I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about this. Not about what he said. That was completely out of line. Part of me wants Tati to have contacted, if she knew where the hotel was, to, perhaps contact hotel management and ask them to, do some sort of welfare check, or, maybe have the Australian authorities, I don't remember what city it was in, but to do some sort of welfare check. Perhaps that's something that she could have done. She certainly had no duty to do it, and she may not have been in a state to do it, or have felt that it was appropriate for her to do, or for that idea to even occur to her. I mean, she seems like a nice woman. She doesn't seem like the most worldly. And I mean, in our world, her world does seem to be somewhat sheltered. Okay. Let me see. Gypsy said that was Jeffrey's, that was Shane's empathic superpower to get close to her and try to come up with something else. Weird Collar Guy said that was so coldly calculating a comment. I assume you mean Jeffrey's comment. Yeah, that was a damn. The fact that he said that about something as serious as her concern that a 19-year-old boy, may decide to just jump from the 50th floor because his career and life are falling apart in front of his eyes. Yeah. Damn. That is cold. To me, that comment alone, well, not alone, but in conjunction with many other things that we see from him, kind of further convinces me that Jeffrey Star may be a sociopath or a psychopath, because he doesn't seem to genuinely have normal human emotions. Yeah, exactly, John. Weird Collar Guy says, it gives me chills. A 19-year-old can and will do that. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Okay, let's do this. Hi, share with love.
After the relationship
We're getting into the
dissolved
shiznit
entirely.
here.
And I was so confused.
Though to fully get the share with love, if you want to fully get the whole context of everything, you're going to have to catch the replay because there's been a lot happening here. Well, he does. Frida says, well, he does say he's an alien. Well, it's, human is questionable at best. Weird color guy. It's almost like he hoped James Charles would have jumped, like he wanted it. I'm filling in the gaps there. Share with love. How you doing? Do make sure to check out each other's channels. Like I've always said, I'm not a growth stream, but I certainly encourage people to make friends.
I bought into the conspiracy theory that what happened was all a social experiment, and that maybe James Charles was even involved, and that there was going to be a big reveal in Shane's docu-series, and that I would be the fool who fell for it. Shane never reached out to check on me.
Jeffree Star's the one that said that James Charles was too narcissistic to jump.
And he never shared the trailer with me. The last time we spoke on the phone was before Jeffree's apology.
Okay, you know what? Let's talk about this conspiracy theory a second. Now, I had not actually heard this conspiracy theory, but it doesn't surprise me that this one would be out there, that this was somehow some kind of social, that this whole thing was some kind of social experiment, and Tati was, essentially the dupe in all of it. I can see that being a conspiracy theory, and, I can see why she would believe it. I mean, there's just so much happening, and it's so crazy. It's just so out there, and this is when people grasp on to conspiracy theories, and we see that in real life too, where things are so chaotic that people want to grasp onto a theory that somehow this is all engineered, because that's a way to process it. That's a way for it to make sense to you. Somebody said something. Stampin' Porn said, a lot of very successful people are narcissistic. A lack of truly feeling emotions can be helpful when climbing over people on your way to the top. And I'm considering doing a video on that sometime, but I may need to get into some silliness first. I actually have a lot of purchases that I haven't been able to do anything with. I was going to play with some new makeup today. I planned that a few days ago, but that plan went right out the freaking window, because I don't even have time to do my face. I have too much, there's too much to talk about here.
Video, and I asked him to not include the drama in the series. He only texted me after the trailer was live with an audio message telling me to not worry about it. The drama was only going to be one episode. For the next few months, I was tormented with subtweets and innuendo that there was a huge drama around the corner. I felt that I was a liability to them and that I knew too much, so I put all of my text messages and other files on a hard drive and told a few people that I was afraid for my life and had given everything to my lawyers. I was hoping that information would leak, as I thought it might keep me safe. My mental and physical health suffered. My businesses.
Okay, so let's talk about this a second, because this is another thing that concerned me in a lot of reaction videos I saw. Why would you say these things? Like I said earlier, a lot of tweets and DMs and private messages essentially save themselves. But I certainly understand, given how she was starting to feel at that time, that she felt it was the best thing to put it all on hard drive then, before they could erase things, one can unsend a message on Instagram. I've done it too, but usually only when I make a mistake or I misspeak or something. You know, I'm not trying to hide anything. But yes, exactly. She had rich and powerful people upset with her. Exactly. Because, you know, it finally got, you know, it had gotten to the point where she was not, you know, not allowing herself to be further manipulated. The fact that she would not allow Shane to come over again. You know, she wouldn't let Shane edit her video. She wouldn't let Shane do her thumbnail. She wouldn't let Shane come over again. You know, this is where Shane and Jeffrey are starting to see, okay, Tati perhaps might think that something's up. You know, and Tati's kind of starting to get a little dawn here that, you know, okay, they told me that all these victims were going to come out. I'm not seeing it. Yes, Gypsy Rose said her spidey senses were warning her away from them. She just couldn't articulate why. Yes. So then she did the prudent thing. And some people, well, why would she do that? Because it makes sense. That's what you do when you start to think that something is not as it appears, and that there may be some serious issues. You preserve evidence, and that's what she did. She preserved evidence and she gave it to her lawyers. Yes, freaking awesome. You know, I thought that was perfect. That was handled beautifully. And I'm delighted she did that, and I'll bet her lawyers are too.
Suffered. It was all I could do to pull myself together for the launch of Tati Beauty.
Okay. Now, earlier in her video, she mentioned, you know, she does name drop her vitamin brand, Halo Beauty. Then now she's name dropping her brand, Tati Beauty. Some people are kind of like, are not entirely sure that it's appropriate for her to name the names of the brands. And I kind of agree with that. I think it would have been better for her to leave the brand names out of it. The way I can look at it that's the kindest is that she's so accustomed to dropping the names of her projects whenever she can that it's pretty much second nature. Here's a part, and this is the part where I thought her lawyers kind of screwed up. When her attorneys reviewed the statement, if I were one of them, I would have told her, you know what? I know you are very proud of your brands. I know you want, and I know that it's pretty much second nature for you to promote them. However, in this instance, I would not do that. I would say, like earlier where she said Halo Beauty, I would have said my supplement brand. And then here, I would have had her say my cosmetics brand or my beauty brand. Or my beauty line. My supplement line, my beauty, my beauty line. I would have had her say something like that rather than actually drop the names of the brands. I'm trying to look at it kindly, like this is the habit, but I think this is something that her attorneys missed. And I think that these little tidbits can serve to damage public perception of her statement.
That night helped me so much to everyone that came, because I felt like I didn't have community anymore, and I was too ashamed to even think about inviting anyone from my community. And I'm just so grateful to my subscribers that showed up for me. And I just hope that you're still there. I'm having a heart attack. Last fall, I became so afraid to stay in my LA home that I filmed a lot of videos and I left town in October to get away from it all. I was so upset that I continued to lose weight. I couldn't sleep, and slowly I became a shell of my former self. I had intended on pursuing fertility treatments in 2019, but my mind and body were just too frail. My mind and body were just too frail to support a pregnancy. It wasn't until the series ended in December.
Okay. Number one, I've actually heard people call out the edits there. You know, my suspicion is those edits were because she probably was trying to stop herself from absolutely breaking down. You know, whoever says that her crying isn't real, oh, I don't see tears. You know what? You don't have to have tears rolling down your face to be crying. I mean, you could see the extra gloss in her eye. You see the change of color in her skin, at least as much as you can through the makeup. So I'm sorry. I think her emotions in this are credible. And I think people are making too much of the small, of the edits there. My perception is, given what happened before, what she was talking about before, my perception is that those edits were her trying to pull herself together. That's my take on it. Yeah, Cindy Lou says, oh no, those were not fake tears. No, I don't think so either. And I really think that a lot of people who are claiming that she's fake crying, I think they're not looking close enough. Another thing that I've seen some people, but she did lose me with the Morphe conspiracy theory. Well, we'll get into that in a minute. But we're not there yet, Cindy. We're not there. Yeah, Shadow Matrix says her neck muscles were straining, her eyes were red, seemed real to me. Yeah, same. Yeah. If you put this side by side with Laura Lee's apology video with her fake crying, you can clearly see the difference. This is not fake. This does not look fake at all. I truly believe this is genuine. Okay, so the other part that a lot of people are jumping on is, oh, okay, so what, she was so scared that she had to move? Okay, look. I know on the surface it may sound a little silly. But, okay. But we've got to take a deeper look. We've been seeing several people, for weeks, saying that part of the reason why they were afraid to come out and tell their experience with Jeffree Star is because they were afraid for their lives. Now, whether it's because of any direct action that Jeffree Star might take, or simply the fact that, quite frankly, he has a whole bunch of rabid stans that might take action on his behalf with even the slightest hint from him. I mean, and like I said, while on the surface it might sound silly to be afraid and move for that reason, she's not the only one saying this, and she's not the first one saying this. And when you look at the overall scope of, between other people having the same feeling, between Jeffree Star's rather rabid fan base, yeah, it makes sense. And if the opposing attorney were to knock it down, that's, I would bring in statements from these other YouTubers, like, oh, let's see, what was it, Cam Lester, Blair White, at least, maybe other people. Gypsy says the delusional fans are dangerous. They live in hated communities with security, gated communities with security because of fans. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, and the thing is Jeffrey's fan base isn't strictly from the from the beauty YouTube community and what he's done on beauty YouTube. He was he was like a scene kid musician back in the early 2000s. He was a singer. He toured with Davi Vanity, which don't even get me started on that. That's a whole other thing. And yeah, Chris Hansen blew it. I agree with a lot of commentary videos. So Chris Hansen completely blew the pooch on that interview. No kidding. That's what happens when you don't have a production team behind you, Chris Hansen. But between his beauty rabid fan base and his scene days rabid fan base, and probably entirely possible he still has some white supremacist fan base, rabid nutbags. I don't blame anyone for being afraid. Wait a minute. Why am I tapping this? I'm going to tap this. Ah! Okay, let's do this. Okay, here we go.
When James Charles and I met, that I started to realize what had actually happened. Over the next few months, a few people have bravely come forward with more information, and the pieces of what we believe actually happened are coming together. Make no mistake, this is far from over. I've been terrified for a very long time, so much so that I had to relocate again 2 months ago, and I have taken serious security precautions to ensure my safety. On the advice of my attorneys, I cannot share with all of you right now the evidence that we have accumulated of the events that have occurred.
Okay, so Word Collar Guy said something very interesting. He said, I have a person in my neighborhood who followed Jeffree Star on tour. She was dangerously rabid, like she accosted me for a comment I made. Damn. Frida says, if someone has been in your home and then makes you feel unsafe, your home can feel unsafe by extension. Damn right. Exactly. I will say another criticism I have of not so much of the video, but of possibly the attorney's edits are, and this is going to sound kind of odd, it's too well done. It's too well done. Let me. A lot of the criticisms I heard, especially the ones that were live reactions, are people reacting negatively something that was made clear a little earlier in the video. The fact that a great many people, they don't take in everything all at once. And the fact that this is so linear and organized, and like I said, it reads like it sounds like when I hear this, I can see the pleading in my head. Yeah, I can see point by point by point by point by point. Chain of events and consequences. I can see this as a legal document in my head. And while that certainly helps with the brevity, well, it is scripted. It's absolutely scripted, Gypsy, but it's supposed to be. In the beginning of the video, Tati explained that she had to go with the script because she had to have her attorneys review it so that she doesn't mess up any potential legal action. Yeah, her attorneys reviewed this. That's why she's going with the script. Part of going with a script, especially with a video of this length, is to keep your thoughts organized. I don't go with a script on my videos, and sometimes, boy, you can tell. Some of them are kind of a hot mess. to be perfectly frank. No, she wrote it. She said she wrote it. It doesn't read like a lawyer wrote it, necessarily, but it reads like a lawyer edited it. Cindy said, I agree, everything is a little too wrapped up in a neat little bow, but that's a good legal team. A witness's job is always to tell a good linear story. Exactly. And that is my point. That is where, while for a legal pleading, I think it's great, and even for this video, and this is where I dissent from a great many people that have been watching and commenting on this. The fact that she doesn't belabor points or go back into points to rediscuss them from an attorney's perspective, and for someone who's paying a bit more attention instead of immediately viewing it through their own filter, I think it's great. But for some of these other people, yeah, thank you. Shadow Matrix, the perfection alienates viewers who watch for genuineness. Yeah, and the thing is one can be genuine and be organized and prepared. But a lot of people can't see that. Or they don't understand it. Or they, completely throw out of their mind that earlier she said her attorneys reviewed it. They don't pay attention. They either don't pay attention to it or they don't entirely understand what that means. And that's what gets so damn frustrating. So frustrating. And that's another thing that really pisses me off about American culture. And I've had online arguments with this. I've been called an elitist, and you know what? Okay, call me an elitist. Because I believe that education and experience do lend a higher degree of credibility to a position and an analysis than just anybody talking. Shadow Matrix said, yep. Had a judge talk about a perfectly competent lawyer who lost because his shoes were falling apart and the jury was super distracted and called him old Flappy. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, and as a female attorney, it's even freaking worse. You can't freaking win. If you're too put together, people won't trust you. If you're overweight and a little sloppier, then they just think you're a mess. So, especially female attorneys, we can't freaking win. It sucks. People are assholes. Alright, let's get back into this.
However,
perception is
there will
a big
soon
role.
come a day where we will be able to present this evidence, and you will be able to see why it is we believe that Jeffrey and Shane are responsible for so much of the damage that has been caused. I can tell you this. It's now my opinion that Jeffrey and Shane were both bitterly jealous of James Charles's success. Jeffrey resented that so much of his business was centered around his biggest rival, and Shane did not like that James Charles wanted to make a documentary. Neither of them were happy with standing in his shadow on YouTube anymore. I believe James Charles was gaining more followers and receiving more views and more press faster than anyone in the history on the platform. And it's also my opinion that Jeffrey and Shane needed James marginalized and out of the way for their November launch of the Conspiracy Palette along with Shane's merch. I've also recently been informed that Jeffrey is allegedly a co-owner of Morphe. Before the scandal occurred, I had also been told that James Charles was about to develop an entire cosmetics line with the owners of Morphe. This entire situation opens up a Pandora's box of speculation, but I'm just not sure anyone counted on this drama spreading like wildfire. It's my opinion that everyone involved got scared, and their plan changed multiple times as I refused to play along or engage with the drama over the next several months. A year later, it is now my opinion.
Okay. Now, a lot of people have said that conspiracy theory, and she says it's a theory. She says, she makes no assertion that she knows this for a fact. But apparently, there's been some statement made by Jeffree Star that he in fact does not own any piece of Morphe. My conspiracy, allegedly, is that Morphe, or somebody high up in Morphe, owns a piece of Jeffree Star Cosmetics and or Killer March. That's my conspiracy theory. And the reason why I think this is because why would Jeffree Star, with his own cosmetics line, do a freaking collab with Morphe? Why would his brand be in Morphe stores? And what makes me think more that someone from Morphe owns part of Jeffree Star rather than the reverse is that in addition to Jeffree Star Cosmetics being in Morphe stores, so was Lunar Beauty. So was Laura Lee, I believe. Yeah, Jeffree Star has mentioned a silent partner. He doesn't say who, but we do know he has a silent partner. My suspicion is that it's someone real involved in Morphe, whether it's Linda Morphe or somebody else toward the top. Let's see. Gypsy says they have a judge in her area in South Carolina that insists females wear dresses in the courtroom. Wait until, if he saw me in the courtroom, he'd stop that. Nobody wants to see my legs. They're a hot mess. Oh, for a judge like that, I'd make sure to get something like not so short as to be like inappropriate. Like I'd go with a similar length to other attorneys, but I would show all my freaking ugly ass legs in all their glory. That pisses me off. I've been practicing in pants since day one. That's some bullshit right there. Shadow Matrix said Jeffree Star did say that he invested in Morphe, and perhaps he bought some shares if it's the company. Shadow Matrix, from a business aspect, it allows him to offer products at a cheaper price point without cheapening his own brand. Yeah, and that is true. That is true, but they're not his formula. Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, that's just kind of my thought. Like, but I suppose Manny did it too. So all right, yeah, maybe that is the thought with it. Oh, John said he snapped at a judge for saying that to an attorney. Brought the room to a standstill. Still got put on the jury. He threatens them with contempt. Oh, that's some bullshit. That's some bull crap. See, I kind of remember something kind of funny from high school that was sort of the opposite. In my high school, and this was in the 80s, you could not wear like spaghetti or tank tops. Like even this wouldn't have passed mustard. I would have had to have like some kind of sleeve come down. And nobody could wear shorts. You couldn't show midriff, and nobody could wear shorts. So a lot of so it's getting hotter out. And the boys are getting hot in their pants and jeans. So I think it was the football team borrowed skirts from a bunch of the girls, and they all came to school one day in skirts to protest the fact that they weren't allowed to wear shorts. That was awesome. Shadow Matrix said she so wanted jury duty, it just never happened. Yeah. By the time I ever got the jury notices, I'm a freaking lawyer. They're, if at all possible, they're gonna bounce me off the. Somebody's gonna get rid of me so fast. No, nobody's gonna want my ass on the jury.
Yeah, that James Charles was not their only intended target. I believe that there are many different people who have unclean hands in all of this, and there was a coordinated plan to keep me quiet and push me out of the way for other business reasons. I do not think it's a coincidence that Morphe is about to launch their own brand of hair, skin, nail gummy vitamins. I do not think it was just Shane and Jeffree that stood to benefit from my being silenced. This was just too big. I think there were many players. And I have every intention of getting to the truth. In early May, when Jeffrey went on a
If that is true, that would make so much more that would make so much more sense than even just her, her unproblematic history. Boy, that would be like two birds in one stone instead of one bird in one stone. And I have no idea about Morphe. Again, she's saying what she thinks, not what she knows. I am sure her attorneys are putting out plenty of subpoenas for Morphe's records, and that's going to be really interesting to keep an eye out for. But again, she's saying this is what she thinks. She's not asserting she knows it, and she's being very clear about that, which is the responsible thing to do. I think that perhaps this would have been best left out, but I don't know what her attorneys have. So the fact that this theory passed her attorney's edit is extremely interesting to me, and I am very much looking forward to seeing what happens.
Podcast and denied responsibility for his involvement and placed blame on me, it was both cowardly and defamatory. Last week, when Shane issued his statements about his involvement in all of this, I also perceived them as cowardly and defamatory.
Sorry about my
As for
focus, guys.
everyone
I don't
else
have a
involved
stand.
that did anything underhanded or defamatory over the last year, I am still well within the statute of limitations for bringing a civil action to seek recovery for my damages. Should I proceed with this course of actions, my attorneys will be deposing all witnesses who have information about the truth of what happened here. So for everyone else whose hands are dirty, that have not yet come forward, be careful of your allegiance. You don't want to be on the wrong side of the truth.
And it's illegal to destroy evidence.
I'm sorry I was unable to provide you with receipts that I'm sure you want. I've told you everything that I can right now. The remainder will be handled privately or at a time that I choose to speak publicly on it again.
That our attorney's
To the
okay.
incredible people who watch my videos because they love makeup as much as I do, I'm so sorry that this situation caused so much pain and frustration, and I truly miss you all. And I'm working really hard to heal myself, to become strong again, so that I can come back to this platform that I hold so dear.
Okay, I remember something else that somebody was criticizing. It was from a bit ago, but it just kind of re-triggered in my mind now. But I've seen some people downplay or even scorn her assertion that her mind and body were too frail to pursue fertility treatment. Now, for anyone that's been paying even the slightest bit of attention, Tati has been quite public about her desire to have a child and her sadness that has not been happening so far in her marriage. As someone who's had similar feelings, I understand the pain, and it bubbles up at weird times. It really does. It's like you think you're almost over it, and then, so do I, Gypsy. Gypsy says that she has endometriosis. So do I. It sucks. It sucks. So when she says that her mind and body were too frail, a lot of people were scorning her about that. But here's the thing. Stress is incredibly difficult to deal with in attempting to conceive. Especially if you have a history of infertility. Infertility doctors tell you as much as possible to avoid stress because it is it is not beneficial for the fertility treatment process. In addition, she's talking about how she lost weight. Yeah, you lose weight when you're very stressed. Unless you're me, then you shovel everything possible in your mouth and gain weight because you eat your feelings. That's how I get so fat. My husband jokes that, jokes like the few times I express an emotion, and he's like, oh, you had a feeling. And it's like, yeah, because I eat mine. Let's see. Yeah, Gypsy says it wrecks your health, plus the stress of all this crazy on top of bad health. Stampin' Porn said, I suffered with secondary infertility. It's horrible, and I'm grateful for my one child that I have, and it took years to accept that I would never have another one. Yeah, Shadow Matrix is an eater too, yeah. What? Gypsy says, do you know that they found endometriosis cells in the bowel, lungs, and brains of some patients? No, I did not. Okay, for those who don't know, what endometriosis is, it's the growth of what's called endometrial tissue, which I believe is supposed to be in your uterus. What happens with this is that with endometriosis, what happens is that you get endometrial tissue in places it's not supposed to be. And apparently it's even made its way to the brain, lungs, and bowels of some people. Holy moly. So then what you wind up with is anytime a woman goes through her normal monthly process, it's made that much worse because not only are you getting the pain and cramping, in your uterus, where the endometrial tissue is doing its thing, but you also get it in other places. Stampin' Porn says the hysterectomy was the best thing she did. Yeah, I haven't had any children, so I wasn't willing to do that. Oh, Shadow Matrix says Nancy's Nook on Facebook has awesome endo resources. Yeah, I mean, basically as soon as I got married, I stopped taking the pill, and 11 years later, got nothing. And I'm 49 now, so I've basically given up on that. Shadow Matrix said, I wish Histo had worked for me. Yikes. Yeah, I haven't had that, but I did have a laparoscopy. And so, they went in and, he removed as much endometrial tissue as he could find. And because I've had a couple of burst ovarian cysts on the right side, he also took my appendix. Because both times that happened, I had to go to the hospital thinking I had appendicitis. Now I know it's not appendicitis because I don't have an appendix. Gypsy says, me too, Stampin' Porn. I didn't know how sick I was. My doctor took an hour and a half longer than planned because of the damage. I didn't know what it was as well. Holy crap. Yeah, Shadow Matrix said she had an ablation and excision. Yeah, so then, okay, you wind up with endometriosis, which is already just awful. It's awful. It can be so debilitating. And actually, oddly, for me, probably one of the hardest things for me personally about the risk of coronavirus is that apparently taking ibuprofen can make you more susceptible to it. But I basically take fistfuls of ibuprofen when it's that time because that's the only thing that can keep me functioning. So, yeah, I've been pretty miserable. Oh my God, Gypsy. Hers started when she was 11. Her surgery was when she was 41. 30 years. Oh, yeah, and I am fully convinced that doctors blowing me off, because I didn't have anybody take me seriously about this until I was 42. I am convinced that doctors blowing me off on this for so long is what caused me the chance to have children. Fuck. Sorry. I'm just blown off for so long. Damn it. Thanks, John. I mean, it's like, I think I'm mostly over it, but every once in a while it just bubbles to the surface. And so when Tati, when Tati says that, the stress and her losing weight made fertility treatment not advisable for that time. Oh boy. That one really hits me where it hurts. She's in her late 30s. This is not. She's in her late 30s. She doesn't have a lot of time left for it to, for fertility treatment to really have a decent chance of working. So the fact that she basically lost a year of the opportunity to do it due to the stress of this situation is horrifying, and I feel nothing but compassion for that. Suppose this is me looking through my lens, huh? All right, get it together. Get it together, girl. All right, let's go back to other people's problems instead of my own, shall we?
Doing a really terrible job not crying, Dad. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I just want to get my life back. And I don't want to feel like this. For what?
They are wicked, John. We'll get into that in a second.
In the description below this video, you're going to find a link where you can learn more about the Spirit Awakening Foundation that was founded by one of my biggest heroes and spiritual advisors, Kuyo Graham. Like, public thank you to you, because this woman helped me so much. She has this grace and love where even just one conversation just really challenges you to look at things through the scope of love and of only rehabilitating and of only loving through it. And I'm grateful for the powerful women in my life that call to love and that call to everything light and healing, and I'm so grateful for her and her work that she is doing.
Okay, so let's see. John says it's not like, I assume you mean endometriosis is easy to miss. Yeah. Stamping porn, thanks. Sending love. Gypsy says it's incredible. Yeah, it really is. Let's see. Shadow Matrix says, I know how that feels. You're totally not alone. Gypsy says, I think our doctors would help us, but they know the insurance companies won't pay. Yeah. But even when until you're over 40, yeah, even when I was over 40, I got blown off for a while. Oh, hang on a second. I wanted to get more into John's comment here. He said, as a side note, this was when my housemates decided that Jeffree Star and Shane Dawson were wicked. Okay, I'm going to need some elaboration on that before we get into Tati more. What do you mean? At what point did they decide that they were wicked? Let me try to dry my face while you type, because, I need more info here. What point do you mean? Oh, they're totally wicked, by the way, in my opinion, as a person. But also through the scope of a middle-aged female attorney. Oh, I see. To have screwed up her fertility treatments was beyond the pale. Well, yeah, and I mean, it's to have driven her to that point, yes. Yeah, to have had such a negative impact on her life that it took away, time. It took time, which is which is limited for women when we want to have children.
To really bring effective healing is important. It's an unusual type of work. And I have spoken before
I have no idea about
for Voices of
whatever.
the Unheard, where
Yeah. A
you're
year is a
giving
precious
voice
thing,
to
Shadow Matrix.
those who have been silenced. And I just want to take this time and like shine a little light on something good. And I've been supporting this amazing foundation for most of my adult life. They help kids that grew up in tough situations to reach their dreams and to change their lives. All of my AdSense from this video will be donated to the Spirit Awakening and earmarked for their Spirit Home project.
I wish you'd said that at the beginning of the video.
That will construct a safe place for those kids
I think
to
that would have helped a lot in
seek guidance
perception.
and betterment after their release from juvenile boot camps.
Okay, but let's talk about this for a second. She's been involved. She says she's been involved with this charity for years. And yeah, I do wish that she'd put, the note about her AdSense at the beginning of the video. I think that would have been more helpful. I think her attorneys missed the ball on that one. When they reviewed that, they should have put that toward the beginning. I think that would have helped a great deal with the perception. However, okay, so let's look back on what she was talking about. Like let's look back a little bit at the Jeffree Star arc here. So we've got, Shane's documentary. Jeffree claims to be trying to be a better person. Tati's seeing him a couple steps forward, a step back. She's seen him going back and forth on this, but he's still accomplished a great deal. So she thinks by cultivating him, perhaps she can get him to work with this charity, which is to get kids that have also had traumatic childhoods, like Jeffree did, to achieve their dreams. And quite frankly, if Jeffree Star weren't absolutely horrible, and we're going along a path that involves some degree of decency, yeah, I really think that he could have been an amazing mentor and inspiration for this charity. And the fact that this charity is so near and dear to her heart, and that she had to have known at least some of Jeffree's childhood, background, that sort of thing. So I can really see her wanting to cultivate a relationship with him to, not only to encourage him to improve himself, but also to bring him in as a source of inspiration for these kids. That makes complete sense to me, and quite frankly, I really wish that she would have put this in another place in the video, closer to when she was talking about how, why and how she continued to cultivate a relationship with Jeffree Star. I think placing this, my spit's flying now, but placing this segment closer to that, I think would have made a lot more sense for people watching it. I mean, I understood she wanted to, she wanted to go the linear route, and probably her attorneys did too, but I think they really missed the ball here in editing. I really think that editing this this would so much help people understand her motivation if it were placed closer to that in the video. Let's see. Shadow Matrix says, yeah, because not everyone would watch to the end. Exactly. Gypsy Rosewind says, you can look at his closet and see he's not well. He's still in his mess from childhood. Oh, yeah. He's a mess. But, yeah, I think that this was an absolute failure of editing. And, some of that's on Tati. And some of that's on her attorneys. Somebody should have picked that up. That placement would have been much better in a different spot in this video. And the thing about the AdSense would have been better at the beginning of the video, because people are not freaking patient. Oh, it's a 40-minute video, and then they have to tune out. And they're not paying attention like they were. They're just going through, they're just going through their own filters and their scorn and their, and their prejudices, rather than saying, hey, yeah, I would have said at the beginning, yeah, the AdSense of this, the AdSense for this video is being donated to this foundation. It's very important to me. Here's what it does. And then later on, when she's talking about her thing, she would say, from my understanding, he had a very tough childhood, and I believe that if I could help, if I could be an encouragement to him to improve himself as a person, then he would be then he would have been an amazing role model for these kids, given all that he's achieved. Yeah, total freaking failure that inning. That's frustrating.
I appeal you to please take something from my hard lesson learned.
Cindy says
And be
they
careful
could have
who
placed
you
the
let influence
AdSense thing
your
in the title.
decisions.
Yep.
What you see in the media online and what you hear from friends is not always the truth. Do not allow yourself to be manipulated into doing harm in the name of justice. Try to seek peace. Try to find love. Try to hear others' truth. People just want to be heard. So meet them with love and
She was hoping he was. He gave the appearance that he was after Shane's first documentary on him,
I want you all
Gypsy.
to know that I love you and I love
Gypsy
this
asked if he
career
was on a
so
self-improvement
much.
journey.
Oh, the sun's going down. I'm gonna go for now. Perfect time. The sun is setting. Thank you for listening, and I hope this clears up enough for you to feel like you can forgive me, because that's really important to me. And I'm still working on healing myself. I'm working through it. And just thank you. Even if the road stops here, I've had more good than bad. And I'm really, really grateful for that. And I really promised to not cry during this video, and I just could not do it. It's been a lot of pain.
I'll bet.
But I'm turning
I
to
didn't plan
God
to
to
cry
get me
during
through
mine
it.
either.
Where earlier in my life I
Hate
have to say
crying.
I ran from God and I blamed him. I'm doing it different this time. I hope there's a small part of this that can help you to feel like you don't have to hate people. It does not fix anything. Even people that you want to cancel. Don't cancel them. Don't hate them. Don't spread hate. Really actually do that. Don't spread hate.
Sorry, Jeffrey and
You can turn away and give your time to yourself or to something else. You don't have to live there.
Jeffrey
you don't
and
have to
Shane are canceled.
participate.
Canceled the house.
It does nothing. I'm praying for this pain to be healed, and I just want you guys to know that I love you so much. I don't know when you'll see me again. I don't know when you'll see me again. Hopefully sooner than later, but thank you for hearing me out. And at some point I'll be back. And I hope that you will be back as well. All right. I love you all.
Okay. Alrighty. So there's that. That is Tati's video. That's where we are with that. So, I'm just going to throw in a little bit about Shane Dawson's reaction to this video. I'm sorry, I found it incredibly manipulative. I have seen some younger commentary, drama and commentary channels. Again, I'm not naming names because that's not the point. But but they seem to believe that the fact that you're saying, oh my God, she's saying, you know, oh my God, I can't believe she's saying this, blah, 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 blah. But I found that incredibly manipulative. The fact that he was just shouting over it with his, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, which is, I'm sorry, I just found, when I saw him doing that in his documentary, The Beautiful Life of Jeffree Star, I just found it incredibly false and stupid and terrible acting and just not fitting, you know, not in keeping with anything that was going on. You know, I mean, there's a difference between something kind of, you know, like, wow, or whoa, this is incredible, or even, oh my God, but, oh my God, no. But the fact that he was doing the same thing to when he was responding to Tati's video, just screaming, you know, he was just screaming over it rather than actually listening and reacting and refuting. You know, my suspicion is because he doesn't have really any legs to stand on here. That's my suspicion. I am incredibly interested to see if and when we will ever find out what went down. Marlon, hi, and I'm just leaving, but there's a whole lot here. Oh my gosh, I've been on for over 4 hours, and it's been a roller coaster ride here. Shadow Matrix says, yeah, it didn't seem genuine to her either, and I wondered, as other has, if it was meant to distract from the other allegations against him. Yes. That's my thought exactly. And I've seen people fall for it online, and again, I really think it's from inexperience, because the people that I've seen, you know, the people that I've seen believe that, you know, just kind of react, you know, think that Shane's reaction was somehow appropriate and showed his innocence. Very young. Oh, Weird Color Guy also mentioned about Jeffree's closets, that he's filling the emptiness with stuff and rage. Yep. Oh, thank you, Marlene. I appreciate it. Yes, if anybody wants to help out my channel, I can always use some view time, some AdSense. I'm still under $50, so it's going to be a while before I see a YouTube check, but, you know, if you have some time and, you know, have an idle device, you can just, you know, go into my playlists. I've got a bunch of playlists that, you know, if you run them, then, you know, let the ads run, and, you know, the AdSense will start stacking up at some point or another. I'd really appreciate it. I know that sounds kind of weird, like, okay, you know, just let it run, but, you know, they're old videos, and most of them are not what one would call evergreen. So, yeah, there is that. If YouTube's, oh, Marlon, thank you so much. Super chat. 99 cents super chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. But yeah, it's kind of crazy that, you know, this is a real roller coaster ride. I suspect. Oh, thank you, Marlon. I really appreciate it. I really suspect that we're probably not going to know all of the dirt. I deeply suspect that if there is anything filed, my suspicion is that her attorneys will reach out to Jeffree and Shane's attorneys and anybody else's attorneys that may be involved, with an offer to, you know, sit down and discuss settlement. That's many times in civil actions, you can actually settle a case before it even gets filed. So I suspect that may be a step. Yeah, and if it doesn't settle before it'll settle after, then I really suspect it would be settled after filing. But my suspicion is that any attorneys that Shane and Jeffree get are going to basically try to beat their clients over the head to settle this before anything gets filed in court. because then, if it's filed in court, it may be just, it might be found unless a court specifically issues a sealing order. So, yeah. My suspicion is it will settle before anything gets filed. I think once Tati's attorneys have all their ducks in a row, I think that there will probably be a private settlement. Gypsy says, and silence them if possible. Oh yeah, probably silence them, and likely any settlement would also silence her from saying anything further. That's my suspicion. So she might not be able to say anything about this in the future if it settles, and I really hope that people won't hold that against her. That's just the nature of legal proceedings. But I think in her case, especially given the huge dive that her channel took right when all of this hit, I really think she might be able to reasonably prove damages. Yeah, so that's where I'm thinking it's going to go. That's my perspective as an attorney, and most importantly, for the concept of this video, the reactions from other YouTubers that I've discussed are why I have huge problems with the jury system. And I'm not saying judges are a whole lot better. Some are a little better, but you know what? A lot of them aren't. So, until people can learn to get past their what many people call their reptile brain, their own lens, to be able to step aside and at least try to look objectively, or at minimum to recognize that they are looking at it through a lens, and that they need to learn how to set that lens aside so that they can be more fair. Until we get that, our legal system is going to remain screwed up, and quite frankly, that contributes to a great deal of our greater societal problems. There's a reason why you can have two defendants with very similar with similar criminal records, similar charges, and one gets county jail and one gets 20 years in prison. And the only difference is their skin color. That is the reason, because the jury and or the judge and the prosecutor are looking at these through a lens. For a great many people of color in this country, and quite frankly for women too, even for white women, in society overall, but especially in for criminal justice, men are looked at for their potential. People of color and women are looked at for their achievements. And that is just a fundamentally unfair lens in our society, and nothing is going to get any better until people learn to recognize and set aside these funhouse glasses. Not fun. These distorted glasses they look at people through. So, okay, I am emotionally wiped up. I'm sure my legs are the size of watermelons. And I don't think I can feel my butt. So, thank you all so much for sticking with me for so long. We're almost at 4.5 hours. I think this is tying my longest live. So thank you all so much for watching, supporting the channel in any way you can. Like I said, if you have an idle device for a while, maybe run a playlist, help a girl out. And thank you so much, Marlon, for the super chat. I really appreciate it. And I will see you all next week, Wednesday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, as usual. Hopefully something will be, hopefully we'll do something a little lighter because, I've got a whole bunch of purchases and I haven't done crap with them. So thank you. Thank you all so much. I will see you very soon. Flutter bye.